The world-famous Blackpool Tower that very much dominates the coastline in this part of the world. All the fun of the fair is here at this famous seaside resort. But on this bright and breezy September day, we're not here for the fun fair, we're here for the Crown Green Bowls. Yes, hello and welcome to the Waterloo. It's the home setting for the 88th Greenall's Waterloo Handicap. Without doubt, it's the unofficial World Championship of Crown Green Bowls. And with me is Michael Leach, himself very much a successful Crown Green Bowler. Michael, you were knocked out early on in this tournament, but bear in mind there were more than 2,000 original entrants. You made it to 64, so that just shows the fierceness of the competition.
Yes, there's no other event quite like it, of course. It's a monumental achievement to get to the final day here, to play in front of 3,000 people.
The strange thing is, of course, that the prize money on offer here, which is quite good, I mean, it's £3,000 to the winner, it's not the most valuable event, and yet it's the one that all the players want to win.
It's still the most prestigious event in the Crown Green calendar, yes.
Well, I've heard people say it's a combination of the FA Cup and Wimbledon and so on.
Yes, it's all of those, with a bit of rugby league thrown in, I think.
Fine, thanks very much indeed. Well, if you, like me, perhaps aren't too sure of some of the finer points or indeed the basic rules of the game, let's take a check on those now with Roy Armson.
The game of Crown Bowls is played with two bowls which are biased by shape, not weighted, and the jack is biased in exactly the same way. An indentation on the biased side of the bowl signifies the bias, and therefore when you have your thumb on the biased side, that is thumb peg or backhand to the right-hander. Conversely, when you have your finger on the biased side, that is finger peg or forehand to the right-hander. The winner of the previous end has the privilege of sending the jack, and they can send it anywhere on the green, subject to a minimum length of 19 metres. Whichever bowl is nearest the jack counts 1 point and wins the end. And with two bowls being played, it's possible for a maximum count of 2 points, or chalks as we call it in the Crown Green game, to be scored. First to 21 is the winner, but of course, as well as playing your opponent, you have to play the green. And the crown of this green is 11 inches, and it's very large. It's 67 yards in the corners, and also it's full of undulations and imperfections which you have to combat.
So an awful lot to look forward to here at the Waterloo. Let's take a check down on the quarter-final lineup. There we are. Neil Jenkinson will play Norman Fletcher. Cookson against Goldstone. John Metters will play Steve Copeland, and then the red-hot favourite here, B Duncan, who's won the title no less than 5 times. He'll be up against Lee Heaton. So it's Jenkinson and Fletcher we are about to see any second. Let's take a check then on the player profiles just briefly. There we are, Neil Jenkinson. He's 27 years of age. He's in the finance business. His previous best here was in the 4th round, and he beat Graham Hickey 21-17 in the previous round. So that's Neil Jenkinson, and his opponent today, well, he's a very experienced campaigner indeed. Norman Fletcher, 51 years of age, self-employed. As you can see, he made it to the semi-final, but that was back in 1975. In the last round in 1996, he played Robert Crawshaw, beat him 21-20. So there we are, let's go to the action and join our commentary from Brian Bretton. First of all, Hugh Johns.
Thank you, David. And the sun has gone in a little bit here in Blackpool, but there's a warmth around this arena. Everybody's been packed in here, wanting to see this magnificent show of Crown Bowls. Tickets like gold dust. The scalpers have been out, and everybody is packed in here. And this young man, Neil Jenkinson, 27-year-old from Stockport, has won the toss, and so he sets the first mark. They come out from the centre of the green, which is where they always start from, but from that moment on, then they go where they like. Norman Fletcher. Fletch, the heaviest, hardest striker in the game, they say. I wonder if we're going to see any of his big bombs this morning. Neil hasn't improved on his first. This, of course, a handicap event, which means that they both start off 5 chalks. And Norman Fletcher bangs one of his own bowls in, up against the block, and starts with a single. There it is. It's a neat and tidy way of doing it. So with that single, Norman Fletcher gets 6, and Jenkinson still 6-5. Interesting enough, Brian Brett, that Norman immediately heads off into the corner.
Yes, I think Neil cut straight across the green to set the first mark, to try and give himself a little breathing space should Norman win it, which he did, because he knows Norman's going to head for the corners, and if he plays like that in the corners, Neil really has big problems.
Be a lot of support for Norman Fletcher here at the superb arena, the green and cupboard stands, seating accommodation below the Waterloo Hotel here in the Waterloo Road in Blackpool, and a lot of support for this man in the blue jersey bowling the blue bowls, Norman Fletcher. He's a Blackpool lad. I tell you what, that is some delivery. 2 of them. You could put a handkerchief over those 2.
He's going to have
and the
go.
block. He's going to have a bang at this.
Got to hit them. Yeah.
Got a hit. It's a miss. Well, we were looking for Norman Fletcher to be firing when he had to, but it's Neil Jenkinson who puts the first firing shot in, and you could see how close he was. It was a good target to go for. 2 bowls and the jack. So with that 2, Norman moves on to 8. 8-5. Norman Fletcher, his best season in the Waterloo. He's obviously been in the tournament many times over the years. He's been bowling 30 odd years, 40 years perhaps.
41,
yes,
I think now.
41
yeah.
now, yes. He was 10 years old when he picked up a bowl for the first time. But his best performance was 1975, when he reached the semi-finals.
Losing to the eventual winner, the late Jim Collin. And Norman had a massive lead in that semi-final, Hugh, and Jim overtook him and went on to win the tournament.
Norman is he's a gritty character. He had a massive lead against Robert Crawshaw in the last round and got right down to the wire, 20 across, and finally won it. Norman indelicately showing the rear of his posture to his opponent.
He's put a lot in this. He needs a connection, Hugh. He might just get the ball.
Oh. Very adjacent. 1 for Norman Fletcher.
Yeah, it was corner to corner, and they just needed to hit that ball, but ease its way past it. Leaves a single. They've never played, Hugh. These 2, they've never met before, although Neil has watched Norman for many years. His father David has played him and beaten him, so...
Yes, that's a fascinating association, isn't it? Neil Jenkinson, his father David. David won the was runner-up rather 3 years ago in this marvellous Waterloo tournament to Alan Broadhurst, and is now down on the rails as a sale bookmaker. That's not the big sale, or the
That's rural
elephant
Cheshire.
sale, giant
That's
sale,
skirts of Manchester.
sale Cheshire. Oh, Neil, you've got that one all wrong, son.
Yeah, Norman was a couple of yards short, but this is worse. Early days, bit of tension at there. Oh, they condemn that one, Hugh.
Yeah.
Look at it.
This is the marvellous thing about the Waterloo. The crowd soon let you know exactly what they think of you.
Chances.
He's got to win
stop.
it, surely.
He's got to stop.
must win it.
Anything within 2 yards. Oh dear.
I don't know that he has.
Oh.
Goodness gracious me.
Jenkinson,
Now, it is one for Jenkinson. Well, at last, Neil Jenkinson has scored. Off the mat, as they say in the Crown game, it's 6-9. Remembering and a reminder that they both start off 5. So that's the first chalk that's been put on the board for Neil Jenkinson.
That'll be a nice settler for him, and he's immediately switched the land because he's cut across the green and gone diagonally to halve it and prevent Fletcher getting full corners.
Neil is a chap that suffers from a touch of the Mears in his championship bowls. He very recently wound up the runner-up of the All England Merit, which is a very substantial tournament, of course. He had a very good run in that. He put out some big names: Noel Burrows, Martin Gilpin, Ian Rigby, amongst 5 that he beat to reach the final.
Yes, he hasn't been playing in top tournament bowls seriously until the last year or so, Hugh, when he joined Sale Excelsior Club with our colleague Roy Armstrong. That sharpened his appetite.
Yes, I know Roy is down at greenside at the moment to get a worm's eye view of what's happening down there. Well, it looks as though Norman has scraped in for another one. Yep. 10, Norman Fletcher. And 6 to Neil Jenkinson. I was watching Neil yesterday in his game with Graham Hickey, and it was a very patchy performance by Neil, wasn't it?
Yes, the rain came in the middle of that, didn't it? And he was telling me this morning that it was difficult to grip the bowl, and he had to sort of get through that sticky period, and then he came back strongly at the end to win it. Well, you're right, it was very patchy.
On the other hand, Norman Fletcher had a remarkable game against Robert Crawshaw. He had Crawshaw by the throat, had him well beaten, and then Crawshaw came back 20 across, and Norman finally sneaked in to win it. I tell you what, those are 2 tragic bowls that have been delivered all here. I mean, that's the...
Yes, they're all over the place. I don't know, it is cold and slightly blustery, but really that's not an excuse. Maybe it's nerves, Hugh. Norman's used to a crowd.
Oh, yes.
Terrific atmosphere.
Yes, he thrives on it.
And yet the crowd really are for Neil Jenkinson, aren't they? Look at this.
Ah, you got one. Hey, hey. Well done, Neil. So there's only three in it. Neil on 7, Norman on 10.
Well, this time Jenkinson has decided to go all the way into the corner, so this is a tactical switch, and I think he's had enough of going all over the place. They're going to slug it out in the corners.
Well, Roy Armstrong of the Sale Excelsior Club, looking at one of his proteges, Neil Jenkinson, has a close-up view down in the corner. What's it look like to you down there, Roy?
And I was having a chat with Norman last night, just after he'd played his game, which was late yesterday afternoon and played in the rain, and he was actually having great difficulty in delivering his bowls, because these bowls are the largest bowls that anybody plays within the Waterloo Championship. They're 2 pounds 12 and a half, and they're the old Lignum Vita bowls, and they were slipping out of his hand. He was considering changing to a plastic pair, a composition pair from the Waterloo shop here. But because of the weather today, he's decided to stick with them, and obviously he's got the better running of the bowls. But he had that problem last night, and as I say, he's decided to stick with it. But here's Neil now, hoping to sit on the bowl. He's taking the jet through. He's down to the end. 1 to Neil Jenkinson. Norman's got to play at that bowl now. He's got to play at least a yard or 2 yards over.
Oh, that was a beautiful bowl from Neil, and you could see him clench his fist and say yes when he got that one. A lot of body language about Neil Jenkinson. He's
Jenkinson.
He's getting wound up down there now. He's up for it. So 8 to Neil Jenkinson, 10 to Norman Fletcher. Talking about the Sale Excelsior Club, that's one of the most successful and best known of the clubs in the Crown game. Though my good friend Banjo John Bancroft would perhaps remark that Norths have a say in things from time to time.
British team champions. Somehow. Right, Neil Jenkinson. He has really improved.
Hey, you got a good one there, Neil.
Yeah.
Go on,
Last
boy.
3 ends.
In you're in. Yeah. And look at that.
He's animated here, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's annoyed with himself.
He's getting up for it now. Norman Fletcher. Norman Stanley, as they say from time to time. Oh, Neil is never coming back from there.
No,
Needs a good kick to get that anywhere near the block.
6 inches.
Fletcher
The
just
bellowing
asking
voice
distance,
then
yes.
of Roy Morris.
Ray Morris.
Ray Morris.
Referee. From North Lancashire and File, this Jenkinson Fields has a chance.
Yes, a hit. A hit. A positive hit. Well, well, well. Norman Stanley Fletcher trains on porridge. Shows there exactly what you can do with a hearty breakfast. Gets the old right arm going. Out goes the red bowl. The blue stays. And that counts him for 2. $12. Fletcher. 8. Neil Jenkinson. Again, the block right into the corner.
Trying for Fletcher this one, isn't it? Trying. Wow, what a good bowl.
Well, that's one to beat. It's probably a yard through, but it's a fair distance. Corner to corner, about 67 yards in this big green here at the Waterloo. So this has got to be 5 off each end. This is about 57 yards. With a little black object that won't run straight against the green that's preventing it running straight anyway. That's an even better bowl. Neil Jenkinson's got two certainly to it's not going to arrive, so that's 2 more to Norman Fletcher. He takes a 14-8 lead as we take a short break.
Fletcher, 2.
Hello, Max.
We just had 3 bowls delivered on this next end, and Neil Jenkinson with the shot against him. His last chance to pinch it back, and this is looking good. This is looking very good. Yes. Oh, he needed that.
Jenkinson, 1.
So, 9-14 off the mat, as they say in the Crown game. Jenkinson 9 with the red bowls. Fletcher 14 with the blue bowls. Jenkinson trying a mark which will be more or less a straight mark, straight running. The bias assisting the bowl down, bias towards the ditch, so in fact it's a round peg mark. bias towards the ditch, and the bias should take over about there. Well, one bowl follows the other, and there's nothing much in it. The winner's going to come from these last two bowls, I think. It's about running now.
Yes, and Jenkinson's running, not too close.
No sign from him as to whether he fancies himself or not. It looks as though Fletcher may be holding here. It's gone out at the back.
Stop, yeah.
And has run right out, I think. Well, from above we can look down at, yes, I think the blue bowl on the left as we look down there is the counting bowl. Now, it's up to the players to decide, and if they can't, then we have measures on. Well, let's see.
Measures, please.
Yes, it is a measuring job. So with the Laurel and Hardy whistle, which is always accompanies the measurers onto the green, their slow and very positive approach to this very important job.
Hold it up.
Slight give in that one.
Yes.
Red balls in and balls too.
Yes.
Red ball's in.
So far.
So that's one.
Yeah, that's it.
Two it is.
Jenkinson, 2.
Well, brilliant. Well, I thought they were measuring just for one. Surprised me to get two. It means that Jenkinson's now got 11 and Norman Fletcher 14. And again, a similar sort of mark by Jenkinson, running parallel with the ditch, and you could see quite clearly there, as the bowl runs towards us, the bias is on the left-hand side of the bowl as we look at it now, towards the ditch, and now it brings the bowl down. Well, let's see what you think of it down there, Roy. Is Neil coming good now, do you think?
Well, yes, he's round peg down here, as you know, and he's just wants a tickle on that jack now, not too hard. That's like he's lying in now, but Norman's got a bowl to play. If Norman plays a yard over, he can actually take the jack through his own back ball. Here he comes now. He's certainly got it in. It's holding off, you know. It's holding off. It's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. Neil's pulling it through. So Neil's got one here. It'd be interesting to see now what tactics he adopts. Obviously, he's going to keep out of the corners because that's where Norman likes to go. So let's hope Neil can lead the jack and make a good lead.
Thanks, Roy. Neil has had success now with 2 marks alongside the edge of the block of the ditch, and he's squaring the green. This is the 3rd edge that he's bowled again alongside. Probably see the single red dot on the side of the bowl, which is the bias side facing the ditch, so that you've got the slope of the green and the bias both working together. But Norman has not been able to make use of that. Caught him out badly.
Yes, he's bowling right in front of the gallery with the bookmakers, and
well, they'll certainly let him know.
Yeah, they will let you know very early on.
Did you get a chance to get the... Oh, he's turned his hand over.
He's turned over
the
here.
Over.
Fletcher, yes, was certainly odds in his favour to win the heat.
Yeah. And Norman Fletcher's turned his bowl over. So now the bias is working against the slope of the crown and running the bowl more or less straight, but it's run it straight out. Now, this could be 2 here. The knowledgeable down around the bookmakers to our right have a very close-up view of this.
Well, he wants to take that one out. Hopefully,
definitely got one.
Measure for 2. No? Just the one.
Just the one. Well, this is an interesting little run now. 5 chalks on the trot, and all done squaring the green.
He's going the scenic route.
Yes.
Around Blackpool. Thumb peg just moves at the end.
This is a little bit further than the 3 previous. Too heavy. Not by much though.
No, the bias took it round you, so he's what, a foot through.
Tight enough to put pressure on Fletcher. That's looking good.
It's covered the jack from the footer as well.
Yes,
it will bring
you'll need to
Jenkinson
know.
off, yes.
I'm afraid I didn't exactly understand what the
Right,
words were there. Did you
I think it was
distinguish that?
in crackering language, which is quite different to anything else. It's Fletcher is 3 inches in front of the jack, and I think he's a 2 foot at the back. Or roughly, something like that.
I wouldn't have said
I
it
wouldn't
was
worry
2
on you.
foot.
I wouldn't have said 2 foot, not from here.
Well, Neil, you've got to win this end, because otherwise you're definitely going to be playing back into the long diagonal.
Yes, he's somehow got to hit that short bowl of Fletcher's onto the jack and push.
Nowhere
near.
Nowhere near. So Fletcher's counting 1.
Now, how genuine is he with this?
He won't want to disturb anything up there.
Go the long way round.
I think he threw that up there to save carrying it up, actually. So that little 2, 4, 5 shots gallop of Neil Jenkinson comes to an end as N Fletcher takes a 15-13 lead.
And just as important, he is in a position to go pretty well full corner.
Yep. Now, if he pushes out the full distance here, you're getting on for 64, 65 yards. No, it isn't full corner. Still, that's around 50 yards.
A long run because the foot is only a couple of yards off the ditch.
And those big heavy bowls of Norman's will run a bit more when they look as though they've stopped. Funnily enough, Roy was talking about Norman's 212.5 bowls. Neil Jenkinson actually lightweight bowls at 211.
Yes, question of running now then.
I think that's probably won it.
I do. He's waiting for the referee just to go. They're not supposed to move until asked. Give some advice. Quite decisive.
Yep.
That's an opinion.
Oh, you got that one wrong, Norman. Definitely got that one wrong. Now. So Neil strides forward, gets onto that footer. Looks tidy, you know. Needs a bit more running. No. Just 1. But they have to wait for the bowlers to agree.
Jenkinson, 1.
Right, so 14-15. Neil has pulled himself right back into this match. And Dad, it's his dad, David, the bookmaker, arms folded. He wouldn't take money against his boy yesterday. And remember that David was runner-up himself here 3 years ago in the Waterloo. And Neil Jenkinson, I think, is enjoying the sunshine here.
Yes.
By qualifying yesterday, he escaped
Yes.
A trip that he didn't really want to do. His firm wanted to send him to Glasgow today.
Yes,
He had to drive up there.
That's right.
And he, I think that was the inspiration. There's a good shot of Dad and son.
Yeah.
Senior and Junior Jenkinsons.
Dad a county bowler?
Yeah.
Himself? Although he wouldn't take bets.
Hey.
Look at this.
What about that one? I bet that brought a smile to David's face.
But if that's changed
Look
the
at
odds a
this.
little.
Look at the way that creeps in there. So, Norman Fletcher. That's going for a little trip towards the ditch. That looks like two. That looks like two.
Well, Dad's enjoying it, isn't he? Reduce the odds, he's just whispered to somebody.
I don't know if he's still making book down there on this particular
I tell you, when they started
match.
out, it was 4-1 Fletcher for the title, 6-1 Jenkinson for the title.
Jenkinson, 2.
And for the first time in the game, Jenkinson Jr. has got his nose in front.
Big change here in tactics here, isn't
Yes.
it? Out of the corners again, halving the green. Must lead well now.
Yes, I think he realises that his squaring the green routine was all right as long as he was winning.
Yeah.
But as soon as he lost one, he
Yes.
was back on the big diagonals.
He was always in a corner, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Be annoyed with that first bowl being so short.
Go on, run a bit. Yes. Oh, Neil's got some work to do here. Dead length is the word from referee Ray Morris.
Just wondering if he's turned over here, Hugh, and he's going to try the other hand and sail past his first bowl and look for
Hey,
pegging now.
he's got great chances here.
Unlucky.
Oh, no. No. So Fletcher, at this moment, has levelled the score. And, oh dear. He'll kick that one.
Fletcher, 1.
Wow. That's 17 ends of bowls played, and 16 each apiece is the score.
Fletcher is a little annoyed that he can't quite get to the position he wants, so he's elected to keep away from that corner, just going with a hint towards it, nothing more than that.
Yes, nice weight, nice bit of land, lovely finish.
Funny how this crowd is dead quiet, isn't it, until
Yes.
the last few yards of running.
Little bit more. Unlucky.
That's a foot short.
They saw the danger there, yeah.
Now, can he couple up with his first one? Yes, he has. I wonder, has that blue ball been pushed far enough? No, it is definitely two. Neil, I think surely has got to have a bang at this.
He was thinking about it until he heard it was two,
Ah, right.
and then he elected just to play far enough and possibly make a contact. This
Not with
side.
that ball.
No.
Not with that ball. That was a very, very tidy two from Norman Fletcher. Great two. And that nudges him very much closer to the finishing post. 18-16. excitement in the crowd as
Yes, waves of excitement.
Waves of
As you would
excitement.
expect at a resort. That was Blackpool's wave, yes. Version of the Mexican. Here we go. Fletcher.
Oh, what about that? 6 inches.
Good bowl this, wasn't
Look
it?
at that. It really
up,
was
yes.
smooth. And Jenkinson's first is on its way. He can't possibly beat that one, surely. Gosh, he's giving it a great try, though. The only thing you can say is that Norman will be very
Yes.
lucky. Very lucky to get 2 out of this.
What he's asking is whether it can fall in.
He's a dead length and you are 4 inches short.
Yeah,
is
but the red bowl
word.
could possibly topple in.
I wouldn't think that Norman would want to widen the target here.
No, that's a good ball. Now Neil will want to know, still
It's just one.
Yeah,
Only one.
we might have a go at this.
Well, he certainly wants to come up and have a look.
If he goes finger, the danger is he could nudge the block to the back bow, which is Fletcher's.
Well, if he hits the block and doesn't put it off the green, it's almost certain to be 1 to Fletcher.
Don't know that he can get at it here.
No.
He's put some running in.
Now, how close is this? It's hurrying right through. No, no, no. It had the weight to do some disturbing, but nothing else. Well, from 16 across, Norman Fletcher's got the block back in his hands, picked up a little break of...
A young man with his feet on the ground here. Before he went out, he was talking about it's only a game. I'm going to go on and enjoy it.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, happens. I'll give it my best shot.
Those big heavy bowls still have some running in it when everything looks as though it's stopped.
Concentration is all important when there's so
Yeah.
much movement around this arena. People tend to get up and wander off and get a cup of tea or go to the bookies or nip off to the digs, whatever.
Then Norman Fletcher needing 2 for game, holding 1. Well, if it beats the red bowl, it'll count for 2. Well, it's 2 at the moment, and that's game, but surely that can't stay like that. Now then, Neil needs to win it. Oh, and I think he has. Yes.
Well, it's toppled now, hasn't it?
It looks as though that red bowl is the winner. Although from that angle, I've got to say that it looks like a perfect isosceles triangle.
Norman knows, I tell you. He's giving nothing away.
Thanks, please.
Yeah. No way that...
He was going to concede that at this stage.
no.
Well, I fancy mine, but it toppled over.
Down one first, please, gentlemen.
We're doing the red of...
And if
New
they were
Jenkinson's.
measuring the red first,
There's a
it's
little
usually
fancy.
an indication that that's the fancied bowl.
The metal measures, they use a variety of measures to just test the tension.
Okay.
Now, let's see if there's any slack in this. Let's see what's happening here.
Gosh, it's tight.
Blue ball.
Blue's on.
Blue bowl is in.
Yep.
Well,
Fletcher, 1.
oh. So, Norman Fletcher, all but 16. He's 1 for game. The chance of going into the semi-final when Norman Fletcher's been before, but where young Neil Jenkinson, it would be totally new territory. And Neil has got a lot of hard graft to do now. Norman making it difficult for him, those big bowls of his. It's incredible the way that they seem to have run out of steam and still have another 2-footer running left in them. Neil, everything against him. It's looking tidy. It's a beauty. Puffs out his cheeks. I've at last got one. Have I done enough? Norman's still got a bowl left. He can change it.
Far enough. He's after it.
He's after it, certainly. No, way past. Now then. Neil, can you remember what you did the last time? Just gone out. Now then, the block back in the hands of Neil Jenkinson. 17. If he can hang on to this block now and pick up 4 chalks, he goes into the semi-final.
He makes one mistake, Hugh.
And he's out.
He doesn't. He goes back whence he came.
Question of temperament as much as anything now.
Not bad with Neil.
Uh,
Bowling background, yeah. But never at this level.
I don't think that bowl's going to put any pressure on Norman Fletcher. That's far enough. Yes. This bowl for Neil Jenkinson to stay alive in the tournament. Now, what's he going to do? Oh, unlucky son. But I would say that's all over. Yes, it is. The handshake comes. A brave try by Neil Jenkinson, but he has to give best eventually to Norman Fletcher. But it was a very, very brave try, a good try. And I'm sure that Neil Jenkinson will have benefited from this match and will go forward to better things in the years to come. But he goes out here with Fletcher winning 21-17 as the crowds begin to move in to better seats, 1 or 2 going off for a cup of tea. But David Bowman now down on the green. I imagine that we shall have a few words from the 2 players in just a moment. Now, here's David.
Norman, congratulations on the win. It was quite a match.
Brilliant match, yeah. Well, Neil's a good up-and-coming player, and I think he'll go well in the next handicap he's in, really. But I played a bit better than Neil on the day, that's all. That's all I can say, Neil, really.
Neil, you fought back well, because at one stage you looked like you were in deep trouble, but you came back to worry him and you took the lead.
I did, yeah. I've not played very well to Norman's lead on the jack, really. When Norman sent the jack, I've always played sort of a couple of yards short, then I'm struggling.
Sure.
But give Norman his due, he's played better than me, and that's all I can say, really.
Did you feel any extra pressure because of your dad and all the mates over in the corner?
Not really, no. He's a good one, my dad. He's taught me a lot. All the lads at the XL, we're a good team. But that's the way it goes. You know, it's bowls. I'll be back.
Norman, you're safely through now to the semi-finals. I mean, that's the furthest you've been in this for, what, 20-odd years? You made it 75, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So what are your hopes now?
I hope to go 2 better this time.
Are you playing well enough to win this?
Well, I don't know, really. Playing in and out.
In and out. But a word finally about the boy you beat today?
Well, Neil, I think he'll win plenty of handicaps in the near future.
Excellent. Well done, thank you very much indeed. Well played. Look forward to seeing you in the semi-final. That's it, we're going to take a break. Coming up, the second of our quarter-finals, it's G Cookson against E Galston. Stay with us, and we'll see you here at the Waterloo in a couple of minutes from now. Welcome back to Blackpool, to the Waterloo, where we've just seen a pretty absorbing quarter-final between N Jenkinson and N Fletcher. Michael Leach is with me. Michael, what did you make of that?
Well, it was a very interesting game because Norman was well ahead and then Neil had him down the edge, and I wonder why Neil changed the mark. He took the lead and then came back into the middle of the green rather than keeping down the edge. I mean,
in credit to Neil, he fought back pretty well. He took the lead at one stage, didn't he, at 16-15 up. It looked like he'd found his rhythm.
That's right, and that's just when he changed the mark. But he played well to come back in the game because early on he was a bit ragged with his play.
Yeah. Norman was saying, as you probably heard just a moment ago before the break, I mean, he's hoping to make it all the way through to the final and maybe win it this year. He did make it to the semi-final, what, 20-odd years ago?
That's right, yes, I can remember. He lost to Jimmy Cullen in 1975. Well, he's certainly good enough to make it all the way, but there were a few loose ends. He'll not be happy with a few of his loose woods. He'll need to tighten up.
Right, let's move on now to the match we're about to see, Cookson against Goldstone. That's the next of our quarter-finals. Glyn Cookson against Eddie Galston. That's a tough one to call.
Yes, it is. The bookies have Glyn Cookson favourite. He's the man really with the form over the past couple of years. But Eddie's obviously played very well to get here. Right, let's take a check on the profiles, the forms of these two players. Let's start first of all, as we can see there, we've got Glyn Cookson. He's the local government officer from Cheshire. He lost actually in the final here in 1988, as you can see, and in the last round this year he beat Harvey Birch 21-17. His opponent is a bricklayer from Manchester, that's Eddie Galston, 43 years of age. His previous best here at the Waterloo, he made it to the last 16. And in the previous round, it was Mark Richardson that he beat by 21 points to 18. Let's now go to the match and join our commentators.
So 9-11 off the footer, the man in red, Glyn Cookson, against Eddie Galston from the Newton Heath area of Manchester. Been a very, very close game so far. Galston had his break of 5 chalks over 4 ends to go from 8-6 down to 11-8 ahead. Now Cookson back, and Cookson, Roy, is trying to establish himself. He certainly has more green knowledge, but Galston, as we know, is very determined.
Yes, you're right. Glyn certainly has more green knowledge, and I think it's a battle of wits because Glyn likes to play about 50 yards, but Eddie Galston also likes to do the same thing. And it's a tactical shootout at the moment. They're both feeding one another out. It's ebbed and flowed all the time.
Yes, never been more than a couple of chalks in it. Another single there to Cookson. Glyn Cookson, a whole host of titles to his name over the years. The Talbot, the TPA, the Tournament Players Championship, Spring Waterloo, a big 41 up at Patrick Croft in Manchester. Cheshire Merit twice. He's a specialist in the tournaments, but Roy, he's never actually won this. He got close, didn't he? But he's never won it.
Yes, he's never actually won this competition. As you say, he has been close, but since that time he's made his mark on the game. Glyn Cookson is acknowledged to be a real class act. He's a fine player and very, very consistent. He's always in the final days of competitions, last eights, and the wins his share. In fact, in 1994 he was the player of the year. He won 9 championships that year.
Goldstone seems to do his best work around the Manchester area, Roy.
Yes, I've only known him from the North Manchester area. I recall that he used to be classed as a specialist on the Star-Inn Green at Failsworth there. And to be honest, I think he's been sort of off the scene a little while. But he's known to be quite tenacious, as you say, round about the North Manchester area. But he's got a job on here with Glyn because that bowl's only about 2 foot past the jack.
He's actually holding 2 Cookson at this end. Is this going to get there? It's been condemned as short. And if it is short, then he's leaving 2. He'll just approach his own second, his own first ball, and leaves 2 to Glyn Cookson. (12-11) to to red. Red, Glyn Cookson from Winsford in Cheshire. Highways Inspector against Eddie Goldstone, the bricklayer from Newton Heath in Manchester. Goldstone used to win a lot of these handicaps that we call sweeps around Manchester Royden, the North Manchester side, 32s and 16s, Sunday morning sort of outings, and he was very strong in those competitions.
Yes, I think he had 1 or 2 games for Greater Manchester actually. In fact, I think he had about 30 games. Yes. Never really established himself as an automatic choice, and I don't think he's played for some time now. And Glyn Cookson's testing him here. He's playing finger peg into the central drive corner, going here about 57 yards. It's quite a long way, and the trick on this green, of course, is to play a length. If you can play a length on the Waterloo, you will win all your matches, and that's the hard part. Easy to say, yes, but very hard to do.
Well, Cookson attempting to do that. He's put enough running in this. His road is good. He's waving it on, because it's pulled up short now. Then Goldstone, stocky man, plenty of strength there. A long way right across this green, over the crown and down to the far corner. It's got to edge past this bowl now. Run up to the jack. Stop any time now. The bowl counts. 1 to blue. So, after 12 ends of play, we have a scoreline of 12-12. First to 21, they start with an advantage of 5, unless they're previous winners in recent years, which they are not. In fact, that best by Cookson was against England Gregory, I think, Roy, in 1988, and I think he trailed 18-5, which meant he didn't score until that point.
That's right, yes. But I just wonder whether Eddie Galston got some confidence from the fact that he's 12 all, and he's not really played his game yet. There again, his lead is 5 feet off, and I just wonder whether the fact that he's actually been away working in Bristol. I don't know whether he's been playing any flat green bowls down there, but he certainly won't have to have gone this distance if he played flat greens in Bristol.
Nothing like that. This is more of a, well, even this is a longer flat green distance, isn't it? But his second bowl is a correction on his first, and holds it at the moment. And Cookson, you would think, ought to change all this. It's a good time to break for home at 12 across. This bowl now is dropping down towards the jack. They count, and does. Cookson now with the advantage of the jack at 13-12, and electing Roy not to go far corners as we may have anticipated.
Yes, I think he's come here. He's coming finger peg, straight peg, beneath our commentary position, playing about 30 yards. I think he's only come here to go back in the corners, but he might have another think if he gets a good lead, which again he has. He's a good length.
It may well be a mark that suits Goldstone as well. Dead straight to the jack. That is better. Yes. Glenn, same bowl. Seen the line from the Goldstone delivery. Now he's just pulling away a shade, and he's not going to count. So Goldstone certainly with 1. Good chance for 2. It's an identical bowl to his first. If it's got the running, you know, he's left it short. Oh dear. Still, another single to the blue of Eddie Goldstone. "13 across, and the biggest advantage in that little sequence was at 8-6. That was the 4th end. Since then, they've never been more than a point apart. Tactically, Roy, I suppose he's going to keep it short and go back where he came from.
Yes, he's going down the side of the green. He's actually going round peg here. This is finger peg, the bias towards the ditch, the bias of the jack and bowl, going down with the slope. Aiming point is about 6 feet to the right of the jack.
Tricky stuff this, Roy, isn't it? Because if you get it anything like wrong, then you're going to finish a mile away. That's not bad.
Yes, and this game is not going according to the book. The bookmakers thought that it was a pretty good thing for Glyn Cookson. He was 2-1 on, whereas you could have had 6-4 for Eddie Goldstone.
Yes, you see they're just a shade short, and he's run nearly a yard and a half through. Goldstone's actually pushed this out much further, up and off the bank and then down towards the jack.
It'll do it with a length.
Yeah. Yes, good ball, appreciated. No, the crowd like that, they all play, so they know the score. Well, we're 13 across, and Goldstone here with a chance of 2, unless Cookson, with this bowl, can change things. He's got a good chance, you know. No collision, but he saves 1. Yeah, another single. Eddie Goldstone. Well, he got away with that one, really, Roy, didn't he? With the little collision, just promoted it when Cookson might just have sneaked past.
Yes, he was just hoping for an inside wick to come off the ball onto the jack there, but it didn't work for him. And then he's changing it now. He's going back on his favourite mark. This is the mark that he's played throughout the competition. He plays finger peg just underneath the crown. It's about 47 yards, going into the heavier part of the green. And he's used this mark, as I say, quite a few occasions.
Yes, and Glyn Cookson, you would fancy, would not be too troubled about him putting the jack there.
No.
But it's a good lead, now he is.
It is.
Yeah, he is, yes.
Yeah.
He might have picked that land out himself, but it's a very good lead. Still, he's seen the line, and he can afford to play the same bowl and get his length right. And just peg away with the bias pass. Good bowl. Now then, Goldstone. Same bowl required. Has he got that length right? Just slightly under. Now then, Cookson. I suppose ideally he can push the jack through, Roy. He's put a little bit of running in, hasn't he?
Yes, he's playing 2 yards through, hoping to move the ball or take the jack through.
Because at the back he has another red disc bowl. If he can just make the right contact, nudge it. Oh! Lucky. Goldstone survives. Another single.
Had a chance of taking the jack, just got on the bottom side and just missed it, went through. 1 to Eddie Goldstone.
(15-13) off the mat, Eddie Goldstone.
And Eddie Goldstone playing finger peg again, right over the crown of the green, going into the faster part of the green, and I think he's not too bad here.
He's led one right here, I tell you. He doesn't want that one back. Now then, Cookson, who had his problems in his previous game against Harvey Birch, where he trailed all the way to 17 and then got a 4 break to get out of trouble. Could be in a little trouble here if he loses this end at 15-13. He doesn't want to let that gap develop. Of the two, Roy, I think over the last few ends, Goldstone just seems to have settled better, doesn't he?
Well, he's led well, you see. This is the thing.
Needed that, yeah.
Those are 2 good bowls now. Glyn's got a real job on here to save.
By save, we mean cutting the count from 2-1 for those non-crown bowlers. Now then, can this find a way through? Has it got the legs? Can it run and run? And no! And given up. And left 2 for the burly Eddie Galston. So, 17-13 to the man with the blue disc bowl, Eddie Galston. And that's one of the points in a game, I suppose, Roy, a turning point possibly, where it jumps from 13-15 to 13-17. You think, now I'm in it with a chance.
Absolutely, because he's gone a little bit further with the jack, about 5 yards further, and again he's played a good lead. But you're quite right, it's 2s that win matches. Glyn's struggling to reach here. Just a little difference in the bowls, both actually the same weight, £2 12 ounces. Glyn Cookson playing with the old-fashioned Lignum Vita bowl, whereas Eddie Galston has the modern composition bowl. So the net result of that, in theory, is that Glyn's bowl will run that little bit further.
Right, well, this is the man who's in the driving seat, because this is coming in to count for 2 at the moment before Cookson plays this final bowl of the 18th end, he's counted only once in the last 6 ends, Cookson. Now he has to count, or he is in big trouble. Can it get there, or is he going to give up? He's given up, you know. Another 2 to blue. Roy Armstrong Cookie has suddenly gone off the boil. That's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 successive chalks, Eddie Goldstone.
And that's most uncharacteristic of Glyn. To play short when his opponent's lying 2 is not like him at all. I can't understand what's gone wrong with him. He would normally be 2 yards through at those bowls, so maybe it's just getting to him a little bit.
Yes, it's a big occasion. Both bowlers. Cookson vastly more experienced at top level, and this time the jack is sent off the green by Eddie Galston. What a mistake. Well, now then what will happen is that this jack will go back, and Glyn Cookson will now set the mark for Eddie Galston to play to. Look at the replay. There is a little bit of fast running down at that side of the green, so it's just trickled on and off the green. And at 19-13, that's the last thing. It now gives Cookson the chance to change the land completely, go for the other diagonal, then he will step off the footer and let Goldstone play to it. The irony, Roy, is invariably when they do this, they play a good lead.
Yes, he's played round peg, he's played thumb peg, biased towards the ditch down the side of the green, into the central drive corner. Most people here, the trap is here that people tend to play a little bit short. But that's not too bad, it's only a yard off.
It is. But it gives Glyn a good sighting to get past it. And anything past, providing it stops reasonably, but it won't, it's cut with the bias away. So he's just missed the line, and his length, his weight was wrong.
What is going wrong with Glyn? He's 2 yards short with that ball after having sent the jack.
Yes, he's not happy with him. The head is down, the shoulders are down. Cookson comes in, needs 2 at this end, he's holding 2. Cookson, the 1988 runner-up, the vastly more experienced player at this level, has to save or count with this bowl, otherwise he goes out. It's trying for him, got a connection, but it's not enough. Eddie Goldstone, the golden smile of Blackpool, look at that. Well, what an upset. He loves it. Waiting for Glyn Cookson. Well done, he says, shakes hands. So Eddie Galston beats the favourites to go through this heat by winning it 21-13, and this is the cruel bowl of Cookson's that made the connection, but not good enough, because Eddie Galston's 2 bowls still count for quite a remarkable win. Eddie Galston, Manchester, 21. Glyn Cookson of Winsford, 13.
Welcome back to Blackpool. You're looking at the big one, which they claim is the world's biggest roller coaster, and sooner them than me, I tell you, especially on a day like this, after a big lunch and a couple of pints. Anyway, welcome back to the Waterloo. With me is Michael Leach. We're watching some fascinating crown green bowls here. How much of an upset do you think that was, Michael, that last victory for Goldstone?
Well, it's a big upset, very much against the odds, but Eddie's certainly deserved it. He's played well, and he's really beaten Glyn fairly and squarely.
Sure. How good do you think he's playing? Is he playing well enough? Because we know now in the semi-final he's up against N Fletcher.
Yeah, I think in fairness, he probably played better than Norman did. So he'll be second favourite on the book, but he won't be second favourite in his own mind.
Just a brief word about the conditions. As people at home can obviously see, it's pretty breezy up here on the gantry. The wind is swirling around a bit down there. Is that a problem for the players?
Yes, it is, because of course it's unpredictable, and just occasionally you'll see woods that will just drift and appear to drift simply because of the wind. So it's an added factor that makes life difficult.
But overall, it's better today than yesterday when the wind and the rain came in and it was all a bit sort of heavy out there, wasn't it?
Yes, it's apart from the wind, these are as near perfect conditions as you could get.
Fine. Well, let's take a look at the lineup for our next quarter-final then. That's Stephen Copeland against John Metters. And if we take a brief word from Michael before we go there, how do you see that one going before we take a look at the players?
Well, Steve Copeland is an exceptionally good player, very steady, and John Metters, good player as well. There won't be much in this so far as the bookies are concerned. Copeland just favourite.
I was going to say upset possible, but if it's that close, it probably could easily go either way.
It could.
OK, let's take a look then at the form of the two players concerned. Now we are, first of all, we'll take a look at John Metters, who's 37 years of age, a building surveyor. His previous best here, the last 16, and he beat Russell Broadbent in the last round, 21-20, so a close finish in that one. Stephen Copeland, his opponent today, as we just said, not much in it, certainly age-wise and form-wise. He's 33 years of age. He's an aircraft veteran from Oldham. He too has made it to the last 16. That's his previous best here, and he beat Darren Chatwin 21-17 in the last round. So let's now go to the action as we join it. Copeland is leading 13-8, and commentary on this one comes from Hugh Johns and John Bancroft.
So another ball. The jack is way into the corner. In fact, we've got a crane out of our commentary box to get a tiny glimpse of it. It's even on screen we can't really see it. It's way over in the corner. John Metters, of course, is well aware that if he's too close to it, he'll be in the ditch. So he's wound up about, good 5-6 yards short. Here goes Copeland. Now we can see it. Now that's brilliant camera work. Well done. John Metters has been up there to have a close look at it. Those 3 dots on the side of the yellow jack indicate that that's the non-bias side. The bias is on the other side of the jack. If you're not up to date or up to speed on crown bowls, the jack is biased in exactly the same way as the bowls are biased. Well, that's 2 for Copeland, and it's really looking very black for young John Metters now. 15-8, Steve Copeland.
That was careless play there from John, really. He's made a decision, obviously, to try and take Steve in the corners. He's got into the heavy corner and played 2 woefully short balls, and he's given Stephen back command of the jack, and he's gone back on his usual 30 to 35 yard little round peg marks and trying to put one near the jack and put John back under pressure.
Little curly ones, as I call them. That's where the bias should be taking the bowl in as it loses its forward momentum, but that's flown out the back. Now she comes up. That gives you an idea. From the top position it looks flat out there, doesn't it? But when you see it from there, you can see how that how the terrain lifts and undulates, and when you figure that they're going 35-40 yards with that undulating green and can cut a bowl right on the jack, I tell you, it needs a lot of skill. Well, Steve is now beginning to coast. 16-8. He had a very much harder game in the last 16 with Darren Chatwin, the Midlands boy. In fact, Chatwin looked as though he was going to win it for quite some time, but he went down 21-17.
John will have to be careful he doesn't play too far here. Where they're playing from, they're almost in the centre of the green, they're almost the highest point of the green, and it's all downhill from there, so they have to be a little bit careful they don't go running through.
Well, he got that dead right for weight. Just a tiny correction required as to which piece of land he comes down. Steve will be following that one in. Just stayed out. So here's a chance for John. He's got one. Now. Needs to hit something that's heavy, that's flying out. No. Well, at least he's stopped Steve's Copeland gallop for a time. 9.16. See, that's just a wee bit too heavy. The land was right, but the forward motion was too much. So, 9.16 off the mat. 7 chalks. He's got to put a gallop together, as John Metters.
Make another attempt to take Stephen some further distance than he's been playing and get him into the corners, but again he's left his lead a little bit short. He needs to tighten up on those leads and put Steve under more pressure than he's doing. Someone of Steve's calibre is going to step right in there and make mincemeat of these sort of leads.
Oh, he's promoted it. And John Meadows says, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, Stephen just proved me wrong there.
John Meadows, the previous best in the Waterloo, is reaching the last 16, so he's gone one better this time. And that time he lost to Stan Frith, who went on to win the title, so at least he was beaten by the champ. Now, that's a very good bowl John's just put up. Now, Copeland's bowl coming in, needing to bend a lot. Peg now, peg, peg. Hadn't got the legs. John Metters, a single. Well, you would predict John Metters going deep into the corner again now, but not too deep.
He's going up into the what's known as the pub corner at the Waterloo, and that's the heaviest part of the green. It's mainly uphill, so he has to make sure he reaches, and he'll be trying to catch Steve a little bit short.
Copeland will win with that one. Yes. What a beautiful delivery. Oh, an absolute brainer. Oh, you can't whack stuff like that.
Just managed to pass it, as we saw, on the bottom side and finished up a side touch. That's a great goal.
Trying, chances, just slipped by on the bottom side. Unlucky, my son. Now, it was a brilliant first bowl from Copeland. The second one is not going to get anywhere. It doesn't seem to be John Metters' day. Steve Copeland, a single, 17-10 off the mat. Nice, smooth delivery style Steve Copeland has. From a bowling family, his brother David, very well-known title winner.
Yes, Stephen comes from a big bowling family. Both his brothers play, his father, his wife. He gets plenty of advice.
Well, it's there to be won, John Metters. Oh, it's too heavy. It's going right out of the back. Oh, dear, 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 dear. Oh, that is 2 more. That's 2 more to Steve Copeland. And a vast audience here at Blackpool Little bit of breeze about, but there is just a tiny bit of sun to make everybody feel happy. 2 to blue, 19-10. So Steve can win it on this mark and move forward into the semi-final. It's not a bad opening bowl. That'll take some beating. It's about 18 inches short of the block. Trying hard, well bowled. Little grin of satisfaction from John Metters.
Stevens changes peg here. He's trying to come underneath that short bowl and just try and sit on the jack. He's
not far away. I would think the red bowl is still counting.
John's followed him in the same peg. Stevens just come trying to sit on that bowl and make 2, but a little bit too clumsy really.
So John Metters still alive and playing here at the Waterloo in Blackpool. 11, whilst Copeland has 19.
I think this is John's last chance now. He must make a good lead. He must put Stephen under some pressure. I'm sure he'll be very disappointed so far in the way he's performed.
John, who looks much younger than his 37 years on the green, while Steve Copeland at 33 with, oh crikey, some 21 years of bowls behind him. John, a good lead, one for Copeland to pit his skills against. It's got a chance, got a great chance. Beautiful stuff. Oh yes, how about that? Really, that bowl just topples over at the end of its travel, nestling right alongside the target. Now, in the ditch. It can be won. This match can be won with this bowl. Now, Steve, have you got it? Have you got it right? It needs to be just inside the red bowl, and it's just outside it. With so much weight, it goes into the ditch. 1 it is. So Steve Copeland goes forward to 20. And John Metters now with, well, the height of the tower in Blackpool to climb to get himself anywhere near into the semi-final.
It's going to take something miraculous, like you say, Hugh, but unfortunately for John, he's just showing no signs of that sort of form at the moment. He doesn't seem to have settled into the game at all, and Steve has played a very good game. The last end, that was about the best lead John's made. He was about 18 inches from the jack, and Steve stepped in right away and played a side toucher.
Pulled up about 2 foot 6 short. So John, just need to creep past that short bowl, and you've done that, and you're in well. That's tidy. It's about 10-12 inches behind. Now, has that got the legs? No, it hasn't. Well, John Metters still in there. Yes, for 2. Well bowled, John Metters. Well, he started off on the long trek towards 21. John now having to score 9 shots in a row.
It's a change of tactics from John now. He's obviously decided he's had enough of trying to go in the corners. He's on a short mark, about 25 yards. What his theory here will be to try and play a simple mark and try and play a good lead and make Steve beat it, but he's failed really in his objective. He's played a poor lead really on an easy mark like this.
That looks like the right land, doesn't it? The road is good, and the weight is well nigh perfect. Oh, golly! When you want just one per game, that's not a bad one. John has got one chance only. He's got to knock it off with weight. He's close. He's got it. And the block goes right into the ditch in the corner of the green. That's the first strike we've had in this match, and he got it absolutely perfect. Look at that. Beautiful little pop. And away goes the block. So, the rules say we restart as though that end never happened at all. And the block, the mat of the footer, is set 1 meter from the ditch where the jack went off.
That was a good strike from John under pressure. He only had about 3 inches of a target. He could only hit the jack. The ball would have been no good because Steve still had plenty of room, and he took it off clean as a whistle.
His leading has been letting him down though for John Meadows, hasn't it? You've got to lead well on this green. Well, on any green in championship turns.
At this level, the game's all about leading.
Yeah.
Striking and playing good through second balls, that all looks great, but it's all about leading. Putting your opponent under pressure, that's what wins your matches.
Well, that really has put Copeland in the driving seat. You've got to bet money here, and many people around this green will be betting money that he wins this. Oh, he hasn't! Would you believe it? Steve Copeland, what a dreadful couple of bowls that was. And John Meadows stays alive. He moves on to 15 with that double. Well, a couple more doubles now to make it interesting. You reach a point at this level, John, particularly with this crowd and with the bookmakers calling the odds, when you get to 20, all but, you suddenly lose it.
Well,
you lose your concentration.
I think the pressure turns round a little bit. You reach 20, you realise you only need one to clinch the match. The pressure eases on your opponent because in his own mind he thinks, well, I've lost it now, I might as well just relax and send a few balls. So yes, to a certain extent the pressure will turn around, and as you come closer and closer, if you've been in that 20 position for a few ends, you start to feel the pressure more and more because in your mind you feel you should have clinched the game.
Well, I remember at the Bass Masters recently when Rob Crawshaw and Andy Cairns, Rob was beating him 26 and Andrew came through and won it, as Steve Copeland has done here. Yes, at last he finds that elusive single that takes him through into the semi-finals. He really had a little bit too much for John Meadows this morning. Crowd giving appreciation to Meadows and particularly to the winner, Steve Copeland, who takes it 21-15. And the winning bowl is that one. Just needs to stop there. The bowls were a little bit easy placed for him, and he comes in with his last bowl and wins it. So Steve goes forward into the semi-finals, 21-15.
At Vision Express, we're famous for innovation, like our 1-hour service. Now, Vision Express bring you Kodak thin and light lenses. Advanced technology, which makes lenses up to 22% thinner, 24% lighter, and 50% flatter.
They're so thin and light and only £15 extra.
And I got a free second pair. Both pairs in an hour.
Another exclusive offer from Vision Express. Kodak thin and light lenses, only £15 extra.
When you want to arrive in good shape, you can trust the wool that wears the wool mark.
If you pay off your credit card every month or every other month, you can afford to ignore this commercial. However, if like me and 9 million others you don't, you can't. Like other credit cards, Royal Bank of Scotland MasterCard is recognised and accepted all over the world. But this card is different from most leading credit cards, because Royal Bank MasterCard has always charged 14.5% APR. Check that against Lloyd.
Well, if you want somewhere to fly your kite, there are few places better than bright and breezy Blackpool here on the Lancashire coast, and that's where we are for the Waterloo, the Greenall's Waterloo Handicap in 1996. It's the 88th staging of the event, another capacity crowd here, enjoying some very entertaining action. And with me enjoying the action is Michael Leach. Michael, going back to the match we just saw, how much of a shock that Stephen Copeland went through?
No, I think Steve would be favourite on the heat. Two left-handers, of course, quite an unusual combination there. 21.15 looks comfortable, but it wouldn't have been so comfortable if he hadn't beaten those two woods at the last end.
So pretty much the way you anticipated. But if we throw it forward to the last of the quarter-finals, we've got here the man who's widely tipped to be champion yet again. That's Brian Duncan against Lee Heaton.
Yes, Brian is so formidable on the green. Yesterday, for example, I think he was as virtually unbeatable. But today's a different day.
He's 5 times previous champion, and obviously he knows this place better than most. But equally, last year I remember he went out early on. It wasn't his year. Could that happen this time?
Well, it can happen because it's a short game, off 5, of course. They're only playing 16 up. And as Brian says himself, it doesn't matter if you're going to beat an opponent 9 times out of 10. Today might be the 10th. Right,
well, as I said, it's Brian Duncan against Lee Heaton. Let's take a check on both men, their profiles, a brief summary of what they've done so far. Brian Duncan, as I said, he's a 5-time previous winner here. In the last round, well, he whitewashed Ray Hickey, 21-5. He was given the 5 on the handicap. And as you can see, he's a professional bowler. All his income comes from the sport. His opponent, well, he's less than half his age, a young Lee Heaton, very unassuming young man, just 22 years of age, works in sales engineering. His previous best here, the 5th round, and in the last round he beat Keith Scaife 21-16. Well, as we join the action, Heaton actually leads 14-11. Maybe there's a shock in store. Let's find out now. Commentators Roy Armson and Brian Brett.
Brian Duncan fighting for his life here in the quarterfinals against the absolute unknown B Heaton from Horwich near Bolton. The score 14-11, and Heaton again coming in superbly with his reply. So we're into the 12th end now with the blue disc bowl there of Lee Heaton lying in for 1. Duncan just clipping it but running out. So Heaton still holding 1. His advantage 14-11. Roy Armson, absolutely shock scoreline at the moment.
Yes, it certainly is, but it's no more than Lee deserves. He's played really well. Brian perhaps has not quite got into top gear yet, but every time that Brian has gone for a corner, if he's played a ball 2 feet off, Lee has come along and beaten it. And I think the green is suiting Lee this morning. It's perfect conditions for bowling, and I'm sure he's enjoying every minute.
Yes, we've had some quite heavy overnight rain, but the green has been given a nice shave this morning as Lee Heaton counts another single and cuts away across the green, keeps out of the corners, away from danger, away from the marks that Duncan, the master bowler, prefers. And Lee Heaton so far has led all the way, counted the first end, 6-5. They start on 5, the handicap gives them 5, but it's still the first to 21. Wins the game. Good lead bowl here from Lee Heaton. Duncan in red follows it, tries to find his own way in, cutting now towards the jack. Not a lot in it. So Lee Heaton, the tactics, Roy, I suppose, is Heaton must be aware, although he's never played Duncan, he must be aware of the man's great knowledge of these corners.
Yes, I think what's happened this morning is that because of the fantastic start that Lee has made, it's enabled him to conquer any nerves that he may have, and I feel sure that when he stepped on the green this morning, irrespective of who he was playing, being in the Waterloo final day, he would be a very nervous young man. But he's played a length everywhere he's gone, and Brian's gone racing through there, and Lee's in again.
Sailed through, and he's left 2, and this now is looking, well, it's getting dark, isn't it, for the hot favourite, Brian Duncan, record 5 times winner of the Waterloo. £25,000 tournament, 3,000 to the winner. Lee has played here before, never made much progress. In fact, Roy, he's generally unknown on the tournament circuit, I would think.
Yes, I've only actually heard of him about this last 3 months, but I was here on Monday when the last 64 of the competition was played, and quite a few people from Horwich and West Orton, near where he lived, they all came and took 50 to 1 him, because that was what he was. Whereas now, he's still 20 to 1 for the handicap, but Brian Duncan, of course, in this game was 4 to 1 on.
Remarkable odds, and the odds look as though they're going to be disturbed as this bowl sails through. I heard of one bet, Roy, of £20 to 1,000 struck with one bookmaker on Heaton to win the tournament. Quite remarkable for a 22-year-old who really has only been playing tournament bowls, as you say, over the last year or 2.
Yes, I think what they did, they saw him play on Sunday night. He played in a final at the West Horton Reform Club, which he won 21-5 against a top-class bowler, Alan Broadhurst. And I think it was the way that he played that made all these people think this lad has got a chance.
Another single to the boy who's getting more than a chance now. $15 end coming up, 14 bowling ends have gone. And this young man from Horwich near Bolton taking an 18-11 advantage and leading like this, and this is the secret, Roy Armstrong. Look at this.
Absolutely, yes, that's what you have to do against Brian Duncan, but he's done it really well. He's playing about 35 yards, finger peg, just at the side of the crown, round peg, and he's making Brian play up all the time. Good positional ball for Brian, just about 2'3" behind the jack. And Lee's going for another one now.
He doesn't want to spring the jack, that's his problem, isn't it? But he's got this carefully down and away. Just needs to pull up any moment now, and that would count 2. And if he counts 2 at this end, Roy, he's 20-11. If he counts 2 here, he's got to go for it, hasn't he?
I would think he's got to have to play through. He might strike, or he might play about 3 yards through and try and take the jack through to his own back ball.
Yes, a lot to think about, Duncan there on the footer. Just asking the referee, Owen, for a little bit of advice on the geography of the land, but he's gone, and he's put a bit of running in the bowl. He needs a connection. Needs a connection, or he sails through and leads 2. He has left 2. Oh, they can't believe it. Well, the sun's shining on them, and particularly on Lee Heaton. 20-11. Lee Heaton, rank outsider, even at this stage of the Waterloo, and we're now starting the 16th end, is poised to topple the champion. My goodness, Roy Armstrong, what this will do for the tournament and for the odds if Duncan were to go out. Absolutely massive shock. Most of the punters all thought that it was nailed on for Brian Duncan, and here's Lee now on 20, wanting a good lead, playing thumb peg, 35 yards. He's about 1.6 yards off. Not too bad, but I think Brian will beat that. Well, he's not beaten much, Roy, to be fair, has he? He's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ends, and we're into the 16th. He's going to peg his way round this now. Good bowl. Duncan then. Nice reply. Clinging on to this hope at 20-11 down, that he can topple the 22-year-old outsider, but he's left this short. Duncan will lift this end, he will win. Duncan. 20-11 down. Holding 1, looking for 2. Got a mountain to climb. Trying very hard for him. Good bowling. Champion's reply. 2 to Duncan. Now Duncan's not hanging around. 13-20 down. Going right across the green. Predictably as far as he can to try and outreach and outthink and outplay A young man who has never played him before, Roy, and knows nothing about how he should play him, and said to me before he went out, I'm just going to try and play him close, a bit like Duncan's done here.
Yes, Brian's kept the jack well out of the corner, kept it in a very safe position. He's gone where he thought he could play a good bowl, and he'll cling on now, and Brian will hope that he can get to the stage. If he can get to about 20-16, he'll put a lot of pressure on Lee, and everybody plays short in this corner. That's about 4 feet short, that bowl. Brian will go for another now.
Yes, and at 20-13, doesn't he just need another? Certainly needs... He cannot afford one mistake. He's an awful long way to go. Get him in twos if he can, that's his theory. This one trying just to get past the short bowl. Heaton's unders. That's good for him. Heaton then, can he do it at this end? He needs one, he's got to be far enough. His first bowl a yard short. More running in. Has he got a chance? Can he get up there? Can he make a connection? Only on his own. Clips through and leads 2.
And that was unlucky there, Brian. You know, I think if he'd have missed that bowl, he'd have gone right onto the jack.
And just so well, they might even have promoted his own. I don't know, just got the side clip, didn't they? And that did not help the cause. Duncan's been out here so many times before, won the tournament. 1979, 1986, 87, 89, 92. Now he trails 15-20 in the quarter-final stage.
Playing about 54 yards here, Brian. Finger peg, just under the crown of the green. I think he's got a good bowl here.
Brilliant bowl, isn't it? When you think of the pressure that's on him, this is what just makes Duncan different class. So now Heaton, you've seen what Duncan can do. Can he improve? He's got some running in, needs a hit. Needs to hit. He's got it! Well, oh no, beat that! Brian Duncan must count with this bowl to stay in the 1996 Waterloo, and it's way, way short, and we have the biggest upset in Crown Green bowling history for years. Brian Duncan, the red-hot favourite for the Waterloo, crashes out 21-15 to the 22-year-old from Horwich Bolton, who cannot believe it. 21-15, he wins the handshake. What an upset.
Well, Brian Duncan, we've started the day with a major upset. You're out.
Well, that's it. I mean, early on I just didn't make any leads, and Lee took advantage of it. I was always chasing the game and just where it went.
Lee, you made a terrific start, and you finished in style as well. Did you think you had what it took to beat this man?
Well, not really. I weren't expecting to beat him, but there was no pressure on me really. I just had a couple of lucky hits and got in this corner.
I have to say, Brian, that you obviously didn't give up, but nevertheless you must have worried as it started to run away from you, just how to get back into the match.
Well, I lost the game early on with not putting any pressure on Lee with the leads. I mean, the game, especially 15 up, is all about leading, and I just didn't make any leads, so every time I got in, Lee got in behind my jack, and then I was having to fight to get in behind his jack, and I was always going to struggle.
For a 5 times former champion, obviously people disappointed because you were such a hot favourite, a lot of money on you.
Well, that's up to them really. I mean, it's just how you play on the day. I mean, and I just didn't make the leads. I mean, all the game's about really is leading, and if you start leading well, you get the confidence and you can get a few chalks together, but I just didn't make enough leads early on.
And what about the man who's beaten you today? A word about him and his ability.
Well, he's played very well. I mean, he's led a lot better than me, but having said that, when I've made a bad lead, he's played a good ball, so I've always been under pressure to beat the ball.
Final word then with Lee. You've made it through to the semi-finals. Can you go all the way?
I hope so. Give him the best shot.
And
see how it goes.
And what's it feel like to have beaten this fellow who is such a big favourite here and of course has won it so many times?
Well, brilliant up to now. Just wait till it sinks in.
Excellent. Well done, and wish you luck in the semis.
Thanks.
Yes, a very mature performance from 22-year-old Lee Heaton. His reward is a semi-final against Steve Copeland. That really was a major upset, beating Brian Duncan. In the other semi-final, E Galston, he'll play N Fletcher. So an awful lot to look forward to here at the Waterloo. As you can see, the sun is still shining. We've got a terrific capacity crowd here at the Waterloo. They're just coming back off their lunch break. They've had a couple of pints and a few pies as well. They're settling down for what promises to be a great afternoon's action. Stay with us. The first of those two semi-finals coming up after this break. Michael Leach is with me. Michael, we are now at the crucial stage. I mean, this is where the nerves start to tell because they're so close to the main title, but it can still all go wrong.
It can, and the morning's form counts for nothing now, of course, because there's been the lunch break. You can go on in the afternoon and be a completely different player.
What do you make of the first of those two semi-finals, Heaton against Copeland?
Well, I think there's a danger that Lee will think in his own mind subconsciously that he's won the event by beating Brian Duncan. And Steve Copeland will still be favourite in my book to win the semi-final.
But Lee Heaton did play with great maturity and he coped with it very well, didn't he?
Oh, you couldn't fault his performance. It was flawless. But that's what I say. It's a different game now, different opponent.
Fine, OK. Well, as you can hear, the players are just about to come out. Let's take a check on the form guide. If you've just joined us, a reminder of these two players. Lee Heaton, we saw him just a few moments ago putting out Brian Duncan. He's only 22 years of age, works in engineering sales. And as you can see, his previous best here at the Waterloo was the 5th round. Brian Duncan, his victory over him confirmed in the previous round. That's Lee Heaton's form guide. And his opponent, Stephen Copeland, who is obviously also enjoying an excellent run here at the Waterloo. He's an aircraft fitter by occupation, that little bit older. Maybe that'll give him the edge in terms of the mental attitude. His previous best here at the Waterloo, the last 16. And as you see, confirmation there that he beat John Metter's 21-15. So here we go then. It's the first of the this afternoon's semi-finals here at the Waterloo. Commentators are Hugh Johns and John Bancroft.
Thank you, David. And we're now getting down to the real nitty-gritty of this tournament. And young Lee Heaton puts that first bowl up looking as though he's been doing it all his life, and he's only 22 years old, so he hasn't been doing it all that long. Steve Copeland following the same path, but falling away. This then the semi-final, the first semi-final, and there'll be tension and nerves with these two players. Now. Oh! Well. Not exactly what he intended. So they wait now, the players, for the players to decide who's got what. And Lee Heaton has scored 2. So his 2 go onto the board and make a total of 7. And if you're surprised at that, it is because players start off 5 in the Waterloo handicap. And so those 2 give Lee 7. Well, John Bancroft, he's set it up where he left off against Brian Duncan, isn't he?
It's a great display of lead bowling, this. I mean, he's not playing difficult marks, he's just playing simple 30-yard round peg marks and putting him close. And so far, Steve's not come up with the answer. He was unlucky at the last end. He knocked Lee's second bowl in for 2. But he has to start thinking of a way of disrupting Lee's performance and break up the length a little bit.
Well, it is only a short mark, as you were saying, 30-35 yards, so he should be able to strike here, and he is, and he's got nothing. Nothing at all. Really ought to hit something there, because that was a very, very wide mark. Look at that. You see the width of that. It's a good target. Missed it completely. And that leaves 2 red chalkers for Lee Heaton. 9-5 he leaves. Not a bad way to start a semi-final. 2s back-to-back. Now that's a good close shot of the block then as it fell over. The 3 black dots that you will see on one side of the jack are the non-bias side. The bias is a single black dot on the other side of the bowl. of the jack, rather, because in the crown game, the jack is biased exactly the same as the bowl. Oh, yes, what a cracker from Copeland. A sizzler from Stevie.
Lee's come the other peg at it to try and dislodge the jack. It's just missed on the bottom side. A little unlucky there. It was a well-played bowl, that.
Over and out. So that's a single to Steve Copeland. So Steve actually scores his first chalk, and it's 6-9 off the mat. Steve Copeland 6, Lee Heaton 9.
That'll help to settle Steve a little bit, that getting that chalk there. But what will be interesting is Steve normally does play a similar sort of a length that Lee's been setting, about 30 yards and round peg marks. And straight away Steve's gone for a little bit further to try and stretch Lee out a bit.
Needs to slow down. This the left-hander's forehand. Oh, he's way underneath and way out. And it's the right-hander's backhand, or thumb peg, as they say in the crown game. Bias on the right-hand side of the bowl as it triples up there to score, I should have thought. But probably only the one, although the bowls are very well scattered around. A single to red. Lee Heaton, something of an unknown quantity, John, in the top echelons of crown bowls.
Yes, I must admit, I know very little of Lee's history and pedigree. But from what I've seen this week so far, I'm very, very impressed. He's played as well as anybody. And here we go again. Right
on the button. And leading in this game is so important.
Well, there's a saying, it's similar to one in golf, and that's leading's for show and striking's for dough.
That's very hard luck on Copeland's part. It's going to be hard for Lee to pick up two here. It hasn't got the legs. Beautiful road, but hadn't got the legs. Chances? No. Oof. Just a coat of paint away, that's all. Single to Lee Heaton. That was so very, very close from Steve. Didn't miss by very much. The reflective face of the chap who knows that he's got something on his hands here. 11-6. Lee Heaton from Horwich, Bolton area. Lancashire County bowler, but only 3 appearances. And he's been bowling about 10 years. He says that Bill and Cliff Merrick got him started in the game when he was 12 years old. And that of course, is a feature of bowls, both flat bowls, lawn bowls, and crown bowls. They say bowls is an old man's game. It certainly is not. Most of the competitors you'll see in this tournament and in all the other major tournaments in the crown game and the flat game all started bowling 7 or 8, 9 years old. What were your earliest memories, John?
Of playing in the local park with my grandfather when I was about 11, and obviously I come from a bowling family, so it wasn't difficult for me to step right into the game. But You see most of the top players, as you say, they do start very early. There's a lot of local junior leagues around and about.
So a double for Copeland. He's on 8. Lee Heaton 11. Steve a left-hander, a cack-hander as they say. Which means that the right-hander has a different line to follow, and Lee hasn't followed that line very well.
I think Stephen's doing the right thing to start with. He's playing similar marks that the type that Lee likes to play, but these are Steve's strengths, and to start with he must play to his own strengths. If that doesn't work, then he can change tactics a little bit later, but he must play to his own strengths to begin with.
That's looking better. If it holds up, it wins it. It does. Yes, won it well. Single to Lee, gives him 12. Yes, I was looking at some of the tournaments that Lee has given us as his titles, the things that he's won this season. And there's nothing really big about it. Sort of West Houghton Reform Club title, the Websters at Black Rod, the Jimmy Byrne Handicap. These are not Crown Green Championships that dominate the Crown game, whereas Steve Copeland, he's been piling up tournaments since over the last 14 or 15 years. Some major things amongst them. The Klondike, the Briggs Priestley Classic, the Kirkham's Classic, things that all the big boys go in for. And Steve picks up a double there. (10-12) off the mat, Steve Copeland.
Now he's changed it a little bit. He's gone slightly further. He's gone about 40 yards up towards the office corner, as he calls it, the Waterloo. He's given Lee a little bit of room, really. What has impressed me about Lee this week is he seems so nerveless. I'm sure inside he must be feeling the nerves, but he's not showed them to any extent in his play or in his demeanour. That's impressed me somewhat.
Well, I think Michael Leach was saying earlier that he reckons he's won his Waterloo already by taking Brian Duncan out. So anything after that is a bonus. If he hits his own, no. But if he stops now, he could win it. I think he might just have pinched one there. Yes, he has. And he's got his supporters here from Horwich.
He's quite a quick player, Lee. He doesn't hesitate. He picks the mat up, puts the jack where he puts the mat where he wants it to go, and sends it without hesitating. That's always a sign of confidence.
The lad's there again. 22 years old, Lee Heaton, and he's producing bowls like a veteran. That one's given up.
To Heaton.
Yes, Lee Heaton picks up another. Now, where's he going to put this one? Oh, way into a totally different part of the land. Well, Roy Armstrong is down at greenside. I'm just wondering, Roy, if you have any strong feelings about this boy Lee Heaton. He's a new face to me. What do you think of his style and ability?
I think he's doing much too well. One thing that's absolutely amazed me about Lee Heaton is the way that he's handled the occasion, because all the players are nervous, everyone is nervous at the Waterloo. It's a mega occasion, but he's handled it remarkably well, and his leading has been absolutely impeccable. And I think what's happening here is that Steve is having a little bit of a problem with Lee because his bowls are a little bit stronger in bias, and he's just having to give them a little bit to do. But the conditions down here are absolutely perfect. There is just a little bit of wind, but ideal for playing it. That green, looking at it now, it really makes you want to play.
Thanks, Roy. It is a beautiful setting here, and those sort of shots that we get from our low cameramen show you how, oh, unlucky Steve, show you how that ground undulates with the imperfections of it. It looks so flat from the top shot, but oh, unfortunate as that one went through. The top shot, it does look absolutely dead flat. It could be any flat green in the country, but when you get down there, there's a great hump out in the middle, 11 inches high, and little runs and gullies and shelves. It ain't as easy as it looks. Well, it isn't as easy as Lee Heaton's beginning to make it look at the moment. There you get that. You get the exact picture of the hump out in the middle there. So they have to climb up one side and then control the weight down the other side, and Steve holds his head in his hands there. He did that all wrong.
He's been slightly unfortunate with his last two bowls. His last bowl at the previous end, he just flicked the jack and failed to pick it up clean and left Lee in. And again, he had a good bowl going right onto the jack there and ran right in the back of Lee.
Now Steve's got to get that block back in his hands, and he's got it. Yes. Great relief as far as Steve's concerned, with that bowl just pulling up to count.
That was a good bowl that from Steve, because those two bowls of Lee's were in his way. He had to make sure he missed them, which he did, and found a good bowl.
Well, there's only four chalks in it now, as Steve puts the block out, what, about 12-14 feet from the ditch. The land falls away behind that block, so you don't want to be too far, but far enough. That's good. Oh, he's going to hit. No, he's not. Well, that looks like 6 of one and half dozen of the other.
I think that ball may have just run out, but it's a good ball and it's in a good position. It gives Lee every opportunity with his second ball to get in amongst them.
The referee was so far away it took a long time for him to get there and give the information, by which time I imagine Steve Copeland might have just lost a little bit of concentration.
He's played a reaching bowl at it. He's played the correct bowl. He's given it every chance.
Oh. Copeland, 1.
So, again, Steve Copeland scores. hangs onto that block. 12-15, and closes the gap. Just 3 in it now. Remember, we're playing for a place in the final of the 1996 Waterloo. Oh, just as well as he did make a contact there, otherwise that ball would have gone flying on, I think, probably into the ditch.
Well, it would have gone certainly a good 6 feet past, but it was a nice knock for Stephen, that, and Lee's played a long way short there. That was a bad ball from Lee.
Yes, a lot of correcting for Lee to do. Steve needs to take a little bit out of his running.
It'll be difficult for Lee to beat Steve's nearest ball, but what he'll be trying to do here is cut the count down and just leave Steve with 1.
It was a very, very good ball. As you can see, it was a very good ball. But it still leaves with Steve Copeland with a single. So bit by bit, Steve Copeland clawing his way back into this game. And something approaching 3,000 Crown Green enthusiasts packed into this fine arena at the back of the Waterloo Hotel in Waterloo Road, Blackpool, for the big event in the Crown Green calendar. I suppose the Talbot is the oldest tournament in the book. I think 1897 the Talbot started, 1907 the Waterloo started. But those two, and now more recently the Bass Masters, tend to dominate the Crown Green tournament scene. But the Waterloo is still the Wembley of Crown Bowls.
It's definitely the blue ribbon event, Hugh. There's no doubt about that. It's what every player dreams of winning, and to get to the final stages itself is an achievement. There's over 2,000 entries.
Yes, something over 2,048, I think it is. Started off last July with hopes of reaching this arena on finals day.
Measures,
Well, it's a measure. Steve's got 1, and innovation here at the Waterloo this year. 2 sets of measurers. They do tend to be a little pedestrian about their arrival on the scene, and so we've got 1 set of measurers one side of the green and 1 set of measurers the other side of the green. Just like to speed things up a bit.
Steve will be really itching to count 2 here. It's always a psychological blow to the other gentleman. If you can catch, that's a disappointment, I'm sure. He's still behind now.
1, 14, 15, 14, Steve Copeland. 14, 15, off the mat, Steve Copeland. Steve, way off into the distance. That's a bowl that's got to be beaten at that distance. We're talking, good 50, 55 yards, I would think, John.
Yes, it's a long way, and the other obstacle there is Steve's ball is also in the way. He's managed to alter his line a little bit and made sure he missed it. But no, there never is to beat once they're within 4 or 5 feet, 50 and 60 yards.
High up. Oh, yes. You didn't think there was a gap big enough to get through there, but Stevie Wonder. Look at that. What a beauty.
Lee's changed his peg here. He's going finger peg. He's trying to
going with weights.
hit Stephen's ball, knock it out.
He's got something.
In.
Yes!
That's a great ball.
Fine delivery. And that really does get some applause from this audience here.
Perfect. As he saw it come down there, came between Steve's first ball, right onto it. Perfect. That's a fantastically played ball, that from Lee. That'll be a real confidence booster for him.
Well, 16, Lee Heaton. And 2 behind at 14, Steve Copeland. That's a lovely lead again. Well, the people who've been involved in bringing this young man into Crown Bowls, I should think, would be feeling very, very excited if they're watching this here in the audience or on television or hoping to see it later in a recording. He's doing his mentors proud. Look at that. 2 beauties.
Steve's going to have to play to try and beat them. They're both tucked out of sight behind the jack. He's just got to try and come the same peg and sit on one of those 2 balls.
Gone out. Gone out. Well, Lee Heaton, he's just 3 away from well, something that he could possibly have never dreamed of. He never played Brian Duncan, and he came in here in his quarterfinal and took out the great man, and now he's just 3 chalks away from a place in the final. Again, a beautiful lead ball. I tell you, he's got him on a string, this lad.
It's fantastic play. Every ball's been all over the Jacks last few ends.
Steve's got something. He has something here. Yes! Wow, the applause rings around this arena again, because you couldn't have had 2 better bowls, one after the other, than that. And I think there's another one here. Oh. Gosh, that was very adjacent. Steve, what have you done?
One to Copeland.
His heart was in his mouth for a moment there, John.
Yes, another foot on that, it'd have nearly knocked Lee in, but at this stage of the game, he has to be going for the doubles. He needs to count 2s.
So, Steve now trying to claw his way back into this game. 3 points behind. Getting just a little bit cloudy here at Blackpool. The light failing very slightly, but an audience absolutely wrapped up in this superb game of bowls. It's still there for the winning, the way Lee Heaton's been bowling. Steve holding 2 at the moment. No, that's gone out. 2. The 2s come up from around the audience. It's a great occasion, this Waterloo handicap here. Everybody in the audience wants to be involved, wants to give their advice to the bowlers.
And they're all experts, Hugh.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, they never put a wrong one up, do they?
No, it's easy from in the stands, that's for sure.
That's the way to lead, Steve.
Now Steve's putting Lee under a little bit of pressure here, and it'll be interesting to see how Lee handles it.
Yes, there's something in the region of 21 years of experience behind this bowl going up there. And it shows, doesn't it?
That's a good ball from Stephen, but what it has given is Lee a target. He'll be looking to get in amongst those. He's striking.
Oh, Steve. Yes. Steve, well pleased with that. So doubles back to back. And this semi-final suddenly turns upside down. Lee was on his way at 18-14. Now he finds himself 18-19 down.
Well, I think that's the first sign of nerves from Lee there with that strike. It was the correct shot selection to strike at that time, but he didn't take his time and think about what he was about. Just got down and sent it a little bit too fast for my liking there.
It's coming down the hill there. Well, Lee desperately needs that block back in his hand now. Oh, that's flying. That's flying through.
This is the other problem at the Waterloo. When you do send one or two bad balls, the crowd get on your back, and you have to try and put that right out of your mind. Steve's lying up now.
Well, he wants 2 for game, and you're looking at them.
It's every chance this ball, every chance.
It's right.
Great ball. Under pressure, that's a great ball.
Listen to that applause. See those faces. Aren't they enjoying this? Look at the way that red ball just creeps in there and pinches it. And didn't he need that?
They were 2'6" off those balls of Steve's, but I'm sure they looked a lot nearer than that from off the mark.
That's right. 19 across.
Both the hearts will be pounding now.
Yeah.
And Lee will be itching for a good lead to put the pressure right on Steve.
Well, if somebody gets a double on this end, they win it. Oh, it's a little heavy. That's nerves.
Yes, that's something you tend to do when you're nervous at the finish of a game. When the adrenaline's flowing, you tend to just put that yard of running in. And Stephen's done the same.
Yeah, followed it straight through. But it's still there to be won. Though I don't think either of them have got any hopes of a double here.
Well, he's not short again. Oh dear, what's he done?
Oh, he's gone right through at the back again.
Is he going to lodge that ball?
Well, I'm blowed. That's 3 balls, absolutely identical track.
Well, there's plenty of room. I hope Stephen's not played short.
It's not going to get there. It's not going to get there.
Is Lee laying 2 though, Hugh? It could be 2.
Well, it might be.
There's every chance it might be. 2. They're a long way off.
They are a very long way
Stephen
off.
looks absolutely disgusted with himself.
Well, I believe Lee thinks he's got it.
Yes, he was shaking his hand, but he's got a smile on his face. I think he thinks
yes.
He's in. Steve's pointed to his own.
It's a measuring job. It's got to be a measure for it.
Oh, wait.
Well, right now the bookmakers will be laying odds as to who's in.
I wish those measurers hurry up. I'm itching to know who's counting here. Well, what a finish.
Well, there'll be a few quid being put down with the bookies now as to whether Lee Heaton has won this with a double or whether it's just a single and they've still to go on further.
Can you believe it?
Now, what's the answer? What's the answer?
The crowd behind them seem to think it's 2.
Yes.
We'll see.
They're going to have to remeasure this, I think.
Very close.
It is awfully close.
Right.
Steve's heart will be pounding. He's looking over the measures, checking that they're doing the job properly.
Red ball.
Red ball.
Red ball. Yes. Two. Wade in. Lee Heaton, 22 years old, makes it to the final. Never been past the 5th round in his previous attempts. That's the last 128. And Lee has taken out the very much fancied Steve Copeland in a tremendous game of bowls. 21-19. An absolutely superb performance of leading was the key factor, I think, of that match. But young man, Lee Heaton is on the green now with Roy Armstrong. I wonder what he's got to say about that match.
Fortunately, a great match, but well, no laugh at that end. To give me room, but I thought he only had one on the last end, and I was trying to take it out, so I played it short. But when I got down there, he's turned it far enough for 2 antis. Just unlucky.
You came back really well.
Yeah, I've played game in corner here, and he's played a good last ball, hasn't he? That's it.
Well done, Lee.
Thanks.
You're 22 years of age. You've done really well, haven't you, at this venue?
Yeah, I'm having a good run at this time, yeah.
Are you handling it all very well?
Bit nervy that last game.
Yeah.
Showed with that last ball, but just lucky that it hit Steve's and made 2.
Well done. You're looking forward to the final now?
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy it, yeah.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what a victory there for Lee Heaton. Just a very quick reaction from Michael Leach. Well, the wrong man as far as you were concerned won it, because you went with Copeland.
Well, I thought Copeland's experience would see him through, but pressure got to him at the last end. It was an astonishing way to lose the game.
Fine, thank you for that. We'll have more analysis from Michael in just a moment after this break. Second semi-final still to come. The fans here, though, they're settling down to enjoy that second match. And we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes after this break. Remember, the second semi-final is E Galston against N Fletcher. Lee Heaton is already through to the final, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes from now. Flowed, wasn't it?
Well, it was, yes. Lee obviously went ahead, and then just towards the end, it looked as if he'd gone, basically.
Yeah.
And he had to wood to play to save game, which he played. And then we had this astonishing last end where, as Hugh said, it was difficult to imagine anybody scoring 2 at the last end.
Sure.
And somehow he did.
Lee Heaton, though, contrary to what we thought, was a very mature young man in the way he handled it.
He certainly was, yes. Everybody plays bad woods, and he doesn't seem to let it rattle him. If he sends a bad wood, he sends a bad wood, gets on with the next end.
Well, if you look at the monitor now, Michael, we can see the score at 14-15. This was a significant smash for Heaton.
Oh, this was an excellent bowl. It's full corners, he's turned his peg, and he's taken Steve Copeland's wood out, and if there was going to be a match-winning bowl, that looked like being it. It's a magnificent played wood, that.
Yeah.
Leaves himself 1.
At that stage, did you think that Heaton was going to win?
Up until that bowl, I didn't think he was going to win. When he played that bowl, I thought that would be sufficient to see him through. And then it looked like he was going to, because he made an excellent lead straight after that.
You made a very good point to me while that match was going on, that Steve Copeland's a hard man to play against. He doesn't communicate much with you, and you're left very much to your own devices.
No, that's right. He plays it very hard. As I say, he wouldn't give you the time of day if he thought it would help you beat him. And, you know, that's clearly the way to play. His concentration is intense.
The fact is, of course, he's now out. Lee Heaton is through. We've spoken to him earlier. We heard from him just then. I mean, this young man's got so much going for him. You just wonder how well he can do. I mean, he's maybe got what it takes to win the whole event.
Yeah, maybe he has, because there comes a point, of course, where the younger you are in many ways, the better, because you haven't been through the pressure situations, and therefore perhaps at the end of the day you may not feel the pressure quite as much.
Sure.
He said he's nothing to lose.
Our second semi-final, that's E Galston against N Fletcher. How do you see that one panning out?
Well, of the 2 players, Eddie played better in the semi-final, but I think Norman will improve. I think Norman will now see the title in his sights, and he's a very naturally gifted player.
Yes, he's experienced, isn't he, too? I mean, he knows what's what, he knows this green.
He does, yeah. But of all people, perhaps even including Brian Duncan, nobody finds the game easier than Norman does. Just sometimes you wonder if he concentrates enough.
Well, we're about to find out. That second semi-final here at the Waterloo will be getting underway very soon. Meanwhile, the fans are just enjoying a short break between the action. That's coming your way in a couple of minutes from now. There's the Deputy Mayor of Blackpool who's enjoying the action along with everyone else, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes from now.
Great action in October live on Sky Sports. There's World Cup football as England take on Poland at Wembley. In the Premiership, Manchester United face Liverpool and Newcastle. We've International Rugby League with Great Britain's tour of...
One or two of the crowd just relaxing between the action here at the Waterloo. We've got the second semi-final just about to come up. You can go and have a bet if you fancy. You can put your money where your fancy goes. Who knows, you might back a winner this afternoon. But we do have that second semi-final coming up in a moment between Eddie Galston and Norman Fletcher. And you can see from those odds that Fletcher is very much the man where the money is. 5-2 on against Goldstone at 7-4. Well, Michael Leach is with me. We've been enjoying the action this afternoon. I'll tell you what we could do with the sun coming out because it's getting a bit cold, but we've also been joined by Stan Frith, who's a previous winner of this tournament. Stan, let's come to you first of all. What do you make of the standard you've seen so far here today?
Well, I watched the games this morning and I really enjoyed the bowling, but I think the underdogs have played the better games. Brian Duncan was certainly off his game. I talked to him later, and he did struggle to play a length. Glenn Cookson, who's normally very consistent, he was very haphazard with his length bowling. But sure. People like Eddie, who's playing Norman Fletcher in the next game, Eddie played consistently well throughout and certainly deserved to win this morning. And I think he's a good outside chance of winning the competition.
What do you make of Lee Heaton, this young man who's really caught everyone by surprise, especially in that first semi-final?
Well, that semi-final that's just finished, obviously it was a very tense affair and he was very nervous, but he's managed to win, and I think that will give him confidence to go on, knowing that it's only a two-horse race in the final. Against Brian Duncan, I thought again he played very well this morning, very consistent, and he played a good length throughout the game.
Let's come back to you, Michael. We were obviously disappointed at the way Duncan went out so early on. We'd been expecting so much. The bookies obviously fancied him. Everyone here thought this could be his year again, make it 6 times. It wasn't to be, was it?
No, it wasn't to be, but as Brian said, he didn't lead quite as well, and he was put under a lot of pressure by Lee when Lee led. He led consistently good woods, and it doesn't matter how good a player you are, you standing on that mat looking at touches every end, you soon feel the pressure. He's
now relegated, as we can see, to watching amongst the crowd, but it's nice to see that he's stayed on to applaud the ultimate winner.
Well, he'll be putting some money on Fletcher, I would think.
Let's talk then about this second semi-final. I mean, obviously we saw that the bookies, that's where all the money's going, and you think that's a fair reflection of the way it's likely to pan out?
It's a fair reflection of where the money's gone so far, and I think it's one of those cases, 7 times out of 10, I think that would be right.
Yeah.
But this might be one of the other 3 occasions, because Eddie has done nothing wrong in his first game. He's played very well. Norman played a few poor bowls by his standards. He'll have to improve his game to win.
Right. Stan, let's get your verdict on this semi-final.
Well, quite honestly, of the 2 players and how they played this morning, I mean, Norman's a friend of mine, but I think his game has got to improve. If Eddie can keep his composure and play like he did this morning, I think he's got a very good chance of going through to the final.
Fine, thanks very much indeed. Well, we shall see who's right in just a moment. Let's take a check on the 2 players, as we always do at this stage. We can just take a check on their form check. There we are. Eddie Galston, 43, the bricklayer, who previously, until now, had only made it through to the last 16. That was his best effort here. And as you may have seen earlier, beating Glenn Cookson 21-13. And then the favourite very much in the second semi-final, that's Norman Fletcher, 51 years of age. His previous best, a semi-final a few years ago now, more than he cares to remember, and he beat N Jenkinson 21-17 in a fascinating match earlier on. Right, well, we're very nearly ready to go in the second semi-final. Remember, Lee Heaton already safely through to the final. Let's find out now who goes through between Eddie Galston and Norman Fletcher, and commentary on this one comes from Brian Brett and Hugh Johns.
We're just getting the 2 players introduced to the audience, although by now they will know them well enough. The man in red this time, Eddie Goldstone. burly bricklayer who's been working away in Bristol, away from Farangeen country, and Norman Fletcher, the local man, a big favourite, corner bowler, the striker, a former professional player on what they call the panel around the Lancashire area, where they play games of 41 up every day, apart from weekends now. And Fletcher has won the toss. This places the blue footer where he wants it, and we get underway. With Fletcher moving towards the corner immediately, hoping to win this end and then set off far corners. And with me, Stan Frith, I think, Stan, the 1983 winner of the Waterloo, looking back. You remember that day?
I certainly do.
You're more nervous now?
Yeah. No, not really.
No,
I remember that, although it's a long time ago now, it was a very special occasion. My family weren't with me that day, but it was a very special day, and something that every bowler dreams of, I think.
And not easy, although looking back, did it trouble you, the occasion?
Well, I think once you're on the green and you start to play and you get into the game, and if you can play good bowls, obviously it gives you a lot of confidence, and you carry on from there. But I mean, if you do start playing poorly and the crowd get at you, well, it can be a bit upsetting.
You're out there. It's a very lonely place.
Yes,
Fletcher now, his first bowler lead, not good. The response by Steady Eddie, excellent. And this, the first end, and the second final delivery from Eddie Goldstone. Needs some running, needs to avoid the short blue bowl and run on and on. But no, he's just left a single to Eddie Galston, and they start again on 5. He takes the immediate 6-5 advantage. Looking at the game overall, Stan, you know, it's the weight of money, isn't it, really, that's making Fletcher favourite?
I think so, Brian, because although Eddie will be kicking himself there, it's a golden opportunity there to get 2, and he may regret that at the end of the game. But the way he's played this morning, he's played probably, along with Lee, the best of the quarterfinals this morning.
Funny thing, because most people around here were saying, well, that was Lee's Wembley beating Brian Duncan, and he'll fade, but he didn't, did he? He kept going, and he's just come through a terrific game.
Exactly, I think you're right.
Tense game.
Yes. You know,
not a classic game, but a tense game, yeah.
When you play with somebody like Brian, especially in the quarter-final, you're exactly right in what you're saying, that it could have been his final.
Could have gone, yeah.
Yes, but he's carried on from there, and he's got away with that.
Yeah. He probably may not realise quite what he's done. He never played Brian before. But now Eddie Galston, furthest he's got in the tournament. But have you played Eddie?
I haven't played Eddie. I've seen Eddie play, and I've always considered him a very consistent player.
Yes,
and he always looks very confident.
He's got a nice natural way with him. He's played in all conditions, particularly bad winter conditions. 2 against Fletcher here, just thinking about playing and coming with some weight. Not signalled. Plays a bowl up, hoping to drop now and work with the bias. Hoping just to do enough to ease inside and run closer and closer, but not enough. Yes, he's left 2. Eddie Galston. Blue footer, various colours around these days, but it adds up to the same thing. Eddie Galston, 8-5 with the jack. Interesting. I wonder whether he'll think about where to take Norman, or whether he'll just try and play Stan.
Well, if he starts today, this afternoon like he did this morning, where he played G Cookson across this corner, he played them extremely close. Maybe not a particularly hard mark, but he did play them a really good length and very close to the jack.
Like this, yeah. Yes. Well, that's pressure, you see, now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Norman first ball will try to beat it. There is some running in this. Certainly not short. Now working down towards the jack. Just needs a roll or 2 more. Not quite. Oh, Eddie, a good chance here. Stick another one in at 8-5, and a gap suddenly appears. Now, has it got the legs? Struggling. Nope, not yet. So it's just 1 against Norman. Doesn't wait, doesn't need the advice. He's on his way. Cutting now down off the crown. Far enough, there's a bit of a murmur because he's not got the land right. No. Another 1. Another 1 to red. Eddie Galston.
1.
9-5. Interesting odds that he's 7-4 for the heat and 4 for the tournament. I think of all the players today, this Eddie Goldstone has been the man who, with his persistence, with his leading, has looked the most comfortable. You've got to look comfortable, I suppose, Stan, on the green. And Glenn didn't, did he? He never looked happy.
No, he didn't. It was most unlike Glenn. You know, I was really surprised because Glenn's really got a good temperament. But Eddie looks the same. You know, he looks very composed. He's got a nice delivery. I know he's played a bad lead here.
Yeah.
But very similar deliveries, or a similar delivery to Norman. They just get down and stand them, and they look always seem to get them away quite well.
Yes, there would be a difference in bowls, although these are 2-12s that Goldstone is playing, and Norman the heavier ones still. Good running bowls. Now then, Eddie. Flying again, I think. Oh dear, oh dear. He's actually thrown this end away. They were telling me, the players, that the green had changed from this morning, that it was a push. And that the wind was a bit of a factor.
What, at the moment, from this morning?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I was talking to Brian Duncan, and he said yesterday the green was very heavy. But today it had quickened up, but it's a drying wind, so it may quicken up a yard or two, but I wouldn't think it would change a great deal. Probably the wind may, if it's swirling around in the middle of the green, may be a factor.
That was a factor that John Netters mentioned to me after this game with Steve Copeland, that it disturbed them both. They were a little embarrassed that there were one or two spread out ends. They said that conditions at that time were not easy. Now then, Norman in a position to exploit the corners if he feels this is the time. This then the fifth end, Norman Fletcher. Closer and closer to the jack with an excellent lead. Quality. Goldstone, strong man, no trouble in reaching, just needs a good road. Funny how the crowd swing around, they urge every bowl on. Now it's come again, Norman. And down it comes, travelling nicely. Couples up at the moment. Now Goldstone. Still 9-7, but if he doesn't stop something here, it's 9 across. This one trying for him. Just say, will it? Yeah. Just the one. To Norman Fletcher.
Fletcher, 1.
Been trying a long time to win this tournament, Stan, hasn't he, Norman? And when you think, looking at Blackpool, which is a very strong bowling place, he's been an outstanding candidate and really has only got to the semi-final.
That's right. Was it 2 years ago he won the Rakes, didn't he?
Yes.
But this has, I think, been one of his ambitions for a long time to do well here, because he lives in Blackpool now, and obviously he's lots of friends in Blackpool.
A lot of support.
A lot of support, yes.
A lot of money too. On the man they fancy to win this one. 1975 he lost in the semi-final to Jim Collin, having held a very big lead. He was going over every bowl last night, which is not like Norman. He doesn't usually recall games, but he recalled that one. Now Goldstone, just drop short, move away with the peg. One of the game's runners, Norman. Even at 51, urging it on, and on, but it's not listening, it's pulled up short. Goldstone just waiting to be told whether it's 1 or 2 against him. He's still got to beat them either way. We think it's 1 to blue as it stands. Right. Goldstone now wants a little more running from this bowl. A bit like this.
Goldstone, 1.
Yes, it's just the 1 to red. Goldstone in his quarter-final game had that 21-13. But I wonder whether this scoreline of 10-8 is swinging the betting odds around. Roy Armson.
And with me is the doyen of all the bowling bookmakers, Mr. Cliff Hope.
Hello, Roy.
Cliff, can you tell me how the odds have changed in this particular semi-final? What were they at the start?
Well, at the start it was 6-1 Goldstone, and establishing a 4 lead he went to 4-1, and it was taken freely. But of course then Norman's got back in, and I would say at the moment he's probably a 5-1 shot, Goldstone.
So has there been plenty of money for Eddie Goldstone?
Oh yes, a lot of money for Goldstone, and a lot for this man that beat Brian Duncan this morning, Heaton. This hot tip from the panel fraternity.
Thank you very much, Cliff. Back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Roy and Cliff, down the bookies side of things from the gallery, and a great bowl there from Eddie Galston leaves him holding 2, and those odds are going to be changing end by end. The panel reference there was to a panel of professional bowlers who operate in the Bolton area and who saw Lee Heaton win on one of their greens very convincingly recently. Now then, he's cut that back as Norman Fletcher, a former professional himself.
Goldstone, 1.
Just the 1 to Eddie Goldstone. 11-8. 10 stuff stand out there. Hard work, isn't it? They're grafting for it.
It certainly is, but I think he's employing the right tactics. He's continuing with this market, you know, semi-corners kind of thing that he seems to have get a good length on, and I know he had one fairly bad end a couple of ends ago, but he's playing them fairly close, and he seems to enjoy the mark. His bowls seem to suit the mark, and I don't know. I still think he's going to take a lot of beating if he keeps on leading well.
Yes, I think this time he's put the jack where he put the bowls last time he went up there, which is a yard through, but that's a dead length, although it's a bit away from the jack. Now then, Norman knows this green better than most and demonstrates it. Had a lot of time practicing on here in a few friendly pairs battles or a few bob recently, and sharpens his game. Right, now then, 11-8 against Fletcher, certainly 1 so far at this end. 2 takes him very close to Goldstone, and the odds then will swing again, but I think he's missed out. Yep, just the 1. There have been opportunities, Stan, haven't there, for them to couple up?
Yes, I think Norman may be kicking himself again there, because although he's only had a yard to get him, but he's played such a good first bowl, and then a wayward ball with his second, and it's chances like this you've got to take advantage of, I think. It'll be interesting to see where Norman goes. I think he may go for the full corners.
Well, I think he's got to go where he's best suited, Stan, and that's certainly as far as he can go. Not easy down there, though, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. I think that's his best, the best part of his game, though, Norman. He's got such a nice swing, he can reach the full corners. If he can get a good length and, as I say, a good lead bowl, it could be a cracking game there.
Well, and I think distance suits the bowls as well. They seem to be good running bowls. He's not one for changing bowls, is he, Norman?
No, he's a bit like myself. We tend to stick once we find a pair and we get to know them, yes.
Regardless of conditions?
Well, yes. The only time for example, if I only change if the greens are very, very fast, and I'll play lighter bowls, but very rarely do I play plastics or anything bigger than my own £2.11.
Right, Norman certainly looking to improve on his lead, which fell a shade short for his liking. This is pretty much the same. Eddie Galston does not wait, he's on his way, right across the green. Good long corner mark. Doesn't seem to trouble him this distance, but this has got to stop. Yes. There's certainly 1, have a look at 2. Long way across the green, and finally settles nicely just beyond the jack. That's the winner so far, and now looking for 2.
Thanks, please.
Yeah, measure for 2. The chaps are not too far away, so we won't have much of a delay. Right. Just had a feeling that the red disc was on there, Stan. I'm not sure because our angle's not clever.
No, it isn't from here. It looks quite close, so...
Well, Norman's a good judge, you know, isn't it?
Yes, he is.
Got a good eye.
Yeah.
So they first did the Duncan bowl, the Fletcher bowl. It is 2. 2 to Goldstone.
2 to Goldstone!
Well, that's a nice sort of comfortable cushion now, isn't it? 13-9. Be happy about that.
He certainly will. Certainly will. He's going back semi-corners and obviously his favourite mark.
Yes, it's a funny thing about Eddie. He's been bowling 20 years. He's had county experience with Greater Manchester. The events he's won around Manchester, the Chester's Classic was a good event. But generally those around the Oldham area, Oldham Wakes twice he's won that, which is a good competition with some fierce entries there from that neck of the woods.
Yes, it's a good bowling area, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, it's very strong. Steve Copeland is that area too, you see, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they've got 2 in the last 8. Well, Fletcher himself originally from the Lee area, which again is a hotbed of bowls, now living in Blackpool. Waiting to see the line of this delivery. No, it's not going to enter the count at all. It's through. Fletcher holding 1. 13-9 before this end. Just wait for confirmation, and I think it's only 1 to Norman Fletcher. There you go.
1 Fletcher!
14-9.
Thomson's new summer sun brochure shows the scores you give our holidays for as honest a picture as possible. Sky Satellite Subscriber Exclusive from Guardian Direct. Turn to Guardian Direct on 0645 282820 for low-cost home or car insurance. And when you take out a policy, you'll receive a Sky Satellite subscriber benefit. For your free home or car insurance quote and your Sky Satellite subscriber benefit, call 0645 282820.
Head and Shoulders is pH balanced and it's mild enough to use every day.
New Centrum. Nothing has more vitamins and minerals at precisely 100% ECRDA. Centrum, complete from A to zinc.
Yes, Norman Fletcher thought he was on for something good at this, the 11th end. But, in fact, the response from Eddie Galston was tremendous, and Goldstone is now looking to make it count with 2, but it's just pegged out of the count, leaving Goldstone, the red disc, with 1 chalk to add to his 13.
Goldstone.
So we now have 14 Goldstone, 10 Fletcher. And Goldstone again with the jack, 14-10 the advantage. Back up and down. Pretty similar stretch, Stan, isn't it?
Yeah, I was only just thinking that. They only seem to be playing the 2 corners.
Yeah.
I think Eddie's probably set his block better than he did in the last end but 1, because he seemed to go further into the corner, and he didn't play particularly 2 good bowls, but this is more his length,
This
I
looks
think.
all right,
yes,
doesn't it,
it
the
does.
lead.
And Norman's played a good lead at the last end, but Eddie's played a cracking bowl.
That's an excellent one, isn't it? And they fallen over now then. Good gracious, I hate to think how this is all going to finish. This will now run down and start pegging and try and get ever so close. Oh, we're all in a row. The important bowl is the bowl with the red disc. Eddie Galston so far. He wants to have a look at this. Depending where this goes, Stan, there could be fireworks.
Yes, could well be. Eddie's going to have a quick look and see.
Well, he's got to go top side again, hasn't he?
Well, yes. There's no danger of him knocking Norman on.
No.
He could possibly maybe turn his own ball over, but I think he'll probably play up for another one. But if he doesn't, as you say, Norman...
might come with the heavy artillery.
Well, he may do, but there again, he's got to be careful because his own bowl's very close to the...
yes.
To Eddie's bowl.
Has he turned over?
He has. He's turned over.
He's turned over and gone through. Was he looking for a tactical position? I don't know.
Quite honestly, I don't really know because on the finger peg you're coming round to the jack, so I don't really know what he's had in mind.
That's the logic of that one, yeah. Oh, no, well, it's made Norman think, and he's decided to try and play and beat or be far enough to disturb things. An excellent delivery. If he's going to get in and count anything here, hits his own, but he in fact just moves it further away, if anything. And Eddie gets away with another single. That's another one to the man in red.
Goldstone, one!
We've had a few upsets, I suppose, over the years, Stan, with finalists in the Waterloo, but you know, you normally get a very fancied player through, don't you?
You certainly
I'm
do.
just looking back and wondering when the last time we had a final between two players who were not among the fancied ones. I don't know. I mean, Ken Strutt last year against Joe Bradbury. Billy Hilton, I suppose, and Ken Horworth. To get two players you would never have picked at the start of May of the 64.
That's right.
Most unusual. Big guns have gone, haven't they?
Well, that's right. You know, on paper this morning, everybody was really looking forward to it, and they were all saying, "Oh, Brian Duncan, Glenn Cookson,
yes,
Steve Copeland."
Yeah, you know, 4 straight away. Quality players.
That's right.
Pedigrees. But now you've got Lee, Heaton knocking on the door. Nobody has heard of him. Look at this lead from Eddie. We've heard of Eddie, but not at this level.
Do you know, he plays this mark so well? He really does. I mean, this morning he played Glyn on this mark, and he played some really good bowls, and he's just carrying on where he left off this morning.
Well, Norman's trying with this, isn't it? You see, that's a cracking bowl for nothing, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. Yeah.
Dead level!
And again, now then, Eddie, same hand, same bowl. Needs to be in there counting, ideally. I think it is. It did topple, but it's 2. Gosh, if he can get 2 at this end, he has a cushion of 7. Fletcher. Got to be far enough, just got to try and make contact. If he can make the right contact, there's a very nice reward here. Bias took him away. Leaves 2.
See, on that particular mark, Brian, with a length bowl, you can like drift above the jack, then fall back towards the end. Now Norman's played 4 or 5 yards over there, and he's climbed but not dropped back because he's been too hard.
Because of the weight,
Because of the weight of the ball, yeah.
But that now gives Eddie 7 points advantage. Well, look at the man who's waiting, Lee Heaton, enthralled in the players' changing room. He won't know either of these players. It's strange, isn't it? So they're just going to go out and play their own game. Eddie's done this, I think, hasn't he? He's forgotten all about the reputation that Norman has in the corners, and also about his striking power.
Yes, I think you say he's an experienced player, and with Greater Manchester, I think he's going to be even more experienced in the future if he plays like this, because his composure has been really good. He's never seemed to get worked up at all, and he's just played his normal game, and he's played so well.
Yes.
I know the game's not over yet, but
Norman is chasing the game, isn't he?
Well, he certainly is. And I noticed this morning in his game that I thought that Norman was like a cat on hot brick, hit hot bricks this morning, because he couldn't wait to get on the footer and send his jack and send his bowl.
Yes.
So he's played another good bowl there.
But Norman is stretching just to stay in this game now all the time against an opponent who's quite unfazed by it all. Now then, Norman, let's have a bit of running in this. Got a chance, yes. Got it. Got it.
N Fletcher!
Well, how he needed this, Stan, and really, it was a good delivery in the circumstances.
It was a brilliant delivery, and it's kept him in the game.
It has.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he could well have been 19-10 down, but at 17-11, he's got a chance. And this is interesting, isn't it? He's keeping away from that mark because his opponent has played it better.
He has, yeah, he's changed his game now. This is completely against Norman's character, really, playing short marks across the middle. But obviously he's got to try something, because Eddie's playing so well across that corner and back.
He's got to try and break his game or break up that rhythm. So you look for somewhere else, and you bowl probably 6 inches shorter than ideal, and hope he's not going to beat it. Oh! Collision's probably just to work Fletcher's way. Very little in it. Maybe when you get rubs like that, you think, man, it's not over yet.
That's right. A winner going in, he was...
yes, I thought so.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's 2. He's counting 2, Norman Fletcher. Games turn on incidents like this. Put it down carefully. Stands on the footer, watches the ball. Start bending now with the peg and hoping to find a way through, negotiate a route. Has he done it? They think so. They think so. You just wait for players and referee to agree. Yes.
1, Goldstone.
Oh, another single. Tense stuff now. I think that might have been a very big end still.
It was, I got to give the lad credit, it was a brilliant bowl, because although the woods were 2'6" away, 2'6", they were smack bang in front, so he's played just a bit on the narrow side with a length, and he's got the winner. And now he's back again on his little mark.
On that track there, which is almost worn out. 18-11. We're into the 16th end. That's the problem here, isn't it? When you start on 5, you've not got much leeway if you get behind.
That's right, because it would be like what they call a sprint. If you go 5 or 6 down the first few ends, your opponent's halfway there.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult for you. And there again, he's played a fair lead here, about 2 foot on a length, and Norman's gone 4 foot through. So
yes, on marks of this length with good running bowls, it is more difficult for Norman, I would have thought, to control.
Yes, especially if the green has changed a little bit.
Yes,
it
looks to be running nicely now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So really things are weighted against him, not only a scoreline of 18-11, but with these cannonballs he uses. But you see, if it gets past the jack, oh, he needed that, but it's still left 1 to red.
1, Goldstone.
Could have been 2. 1 to Goldstone. Well, that one could have really sailed through, just clipped the jack, but the waiting bowl, the receiver there, is red. Just clips it again to the Goldstone bowl. 1 when it might have been 2. 19-11, a double away, and guess where he's going? That strip of carpet that he's been treading for most of the 16 ends, backwards and forwards, from what, 11-9 to 19-11. Eddie Galston, just not far enough this time. Fletcher seemed to take a slightly higher line. Bowl will now work and drop, but run through. Just about on, but may not count. Eddie Galston needing 2 to get into the final of the Waterloo. This better, great correction. Takes some beating. He wants to know, Norman Fletcher is asking, is it 1 against me or 2? Because if it's game against him, he's got to try and play up and save. It's 1.
Only 1.
Will he strike? No. Just a little bit of running in the bowl. With controlled weight. Is it controlled sufficiently to disturb or clip the jack to his own back bowl? Yes! Brilliant! Marvellous bowl. Look at this, just clipped the jack. He knew the score, he knew the lie of the land, and he knew if he did it, he was on for 2. Gosh, that was pressure, wasn't it, Stan?
He certainly needed that, yeah, it was a hell of a ball. It was just the right pace, and to take the jack through and count 2. I think it'd have been very hard. He may not have dropped back on that particular mark, but it was he certainly needed that. He kept himself in the game, and now he's up, what, only 6 behind.
6 behind, and heading towards, but not completely towards the corner. Pulls well out of it. Got to go far enough to suit these bowls. Good running bowls if he's got it right. He's waving it on, he's getting quite animated, drops it a little bit shorter than he likes. In the road. Eddie Galston, that's the view from the footer as he comes walking off, anxiously following the line, hoping he's gone far enough, urging it on, and it probably just dropped out. 1913. Fletcher trails, having set this mark and wanting to improve, climbs now, works. Goldstone then on the way, knows he's got to improve on his first, different line.
Better land.
Different pace about it, Stan, because it might now do a bit of pegging. Oh, it didn't, it just hung out to the death. And Fletcher escapes and realises.
Just one.
Just the one to blue, is it? Yes.
One, Fletcher!
It's still there. Still in there. Off the footer, 14-19. Fletcher trails. Against Eddie Galston, a player who previously had only reached the last 16, and that was in 1983. It was the year you won it, Stan.
It was indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
You obviously didn't play him.
No, I didn't play Eddie, no.
Yeah.
No.
That's strange. Now then, good lead from Fletcher. Goldstone replies, where's this going? Now it drops. That's the work it's got to do, and run and run and run a little more, not quite on line. Fletcher doesn't wait, he's already sent his second delivery. Holding one. Looking for two. What's the pegging now? Goldstone, his second bowl, 19th end. Now he wants some work from the peg. Clipping inside that. Now then, oh, that's shaking things up a little. Quite what the outcome is, not sure. I think maybe Fletcher certainly won. Maybe. Looks very tight. Yeah, he's going to want them measuring. Well, how many are we measuring there, Stan? Or is he going to take that one out? He's taking that one out as the winner. And it's between those two.
That's
Do
right.
we reckon that's the winner, the blue? And we're looking for two.
Yes, he's looking for two.
One bowl is tilting. They can't chock them. If it falls, it falls. One to blue. Norman Fletcher. Oh, he's still in there fighting. 3 successive winning ends. Norman Fletcher to go from 1911 to 1915, and with the jack. The jack's all right if you lead well, Stan, isn't it?
It is indeed. This is where he all counts now. He can. The previous end to this, it's very similar mark. They had 4 bowls, probably within 3-4 foot. So I think he's looking for something a lot closer than that now.
Yeah, he's had a few goes at it, so he'll be looking to get it right. He likes this because he's having a little jog after it. Didn't help.
No,
still dropped short. Yeah.
Still a yard.
Still daylight here for Eddie Galston to work for, to head for. If he's got enough running, move back quickly. Well, that might have done enough. It's straighter. They'll need to know. Will Norman wait? No, he's not waiting.
I think it's just made it, Brian.
I think so.
I think it looks a little bit ahead of the other one.
It just changed direction at the death, isn't it?
He's
well short here, isn't he? Can it get up? Well, I think he's left one against him, needing 2. Just wait for the referee. I thought Norman actually signalled 1 there. 1-2. Eddie Galston needing a second to win it. This for a place in the final.
I think he may change his peg.
You're right, Stan. He's gone for safety, hasn't he? But that means reading the thing all over again, getting the line and length right in his own mind. Settled for 1, hasn't he?
Well, you can't blame the lad, really, because it's blocking hand, he's on 20. I mean, there's no point in playing up and knocking Norman on, so I think he's done the right... He's turned over, all right, he's not found the land, but at least he's got blocking hand and he wants one for game.
Goldstone!
Eddie Goldstone. Another single. 20-15, the Goldstone advantage. In a Waterloo finals day that's really been packed with surprises. The thing that's been running through the theme today, a bit like Blackpool Rock, has been surprise, surprise, surprise.
That's bowls over, Ryan. You get it all over the place.
You couldn't have called it today, could you?
No. No, you couldn't.
Well, has he got this lead? This is the stretch that has given him this advantage. And look at this. Cracker? Yeah, you'll have that. Yeah.
He'll not be disappointed with that.
18 inches.
No, he won't.
Eddie Galston. Norman's got to beat it. Otherwise, look at this. Inching its way towards the jack. Won't rest, it ran on, you see these heavy bowls, so just won't have it.
2 foot over!
Now then, Goldstone, with that in mind, doesn't want to run the jack, no danger of that. But he wants to stick another, and he wants one for game.
First bowl, this.
Yep, and he's holding 2. Oh, I know if the score was anything but 20-15, what he would do here, Stan. He may still do it.
I think he may well do it. Although he could try and run the jack through again. He's got that.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
You're a yard over!
He's got that alternative, Brian, where he can play the jack through and maybe count 2.
And looking at it all, there's a man already through to the final, Lee Heaton, as this one is on the way from Fletcher. Can this save him? Can this save him? Has he clipped it? He's not! He's missed out with a controlled strike that just wasn't controlled enough. He couldn't stop the charge from Eddie Galston, who all the way through this game has been the more consistent. And there's Fletcher, and he accepts it, and there's a wry smile. Well done, go on and win it, as they always say. But that really was a good performance against a high-quality player in Norman Fletcher, the odds-on favourite to win the title. But as we've seen so many times, upset, upset, upset. The scoreline for you: Eddie Galston 21, Norman Fletcher 15. Down on the green, talking to the winner, is Roy Armstrong.
Norman, it was a hard game, but it just was not to be.
Not to be, you know, again. And so I'll have to wait till next year, isn't I? So Eddie played very well, though. On the day, he's the best man won.
Yeah. Semi-final before, but as you say, not to be, so you're going to have another go.
Next year, I might win it next year, but you never know.
Well, Eddie, that was really a solid performance from you. You seem to have taken a real liking to the green.
Well, as the tournament's progressed, I've got better and better, you know, and finding a good length. A bit nervous on the day, but everybody is, you know, everybody is.
That's right.
But the green's running nice, and it's a great occasion, and it's the best thing I've ever done, you know, so over the moon.
So you're looking forward to the final now?
Yeah.
Well, all the best to you. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you, Roy.
Well, it really has turned out to be the tournament of upsets so far. Michael Leach, we really couldn't have been more wrong, could we, as it's turned out?
No, I think virtually every tip's been wrong so far. The day's finished up in a position where you could have had 100 to 1 this combination final.
Sure. How do you explain this latest upset then? Because we thought Fletcher was going to be too experienced, too good.
Well, we did say that Eddie Galston had played better this morning, and he's continued to play well. I think that where he's won that game, Norman has had to work very hard for every point he's scored.
Yeah.
He's not let him get away with any cheap points.
Sure. At one stage it looked like it might have ended a bit sooner than it did, so in fairness to both players, I mean, they made a good effort of it.
Well, Norman's made a comeback. Norman's not done anything wrong in the latter part of the game.
Yeah.
He's not played well in the early part when he's gone behind, but he's played well at the end. But Eddie Galston's just made every shot count.
It's strange, as I've been mingling with some of the fans here, I've been hearing they're all grumbling, saying that, you know, it's one upset after another. What's going to happen next? And who knows what could happen in the final?
Well, that's right. I suppose it can't be much of an upset now, because you've two outsiders basically in the final.
OK, fine. Well, it's that final coming up fairly soon. We'll ask you for your prediction in just a moment. But for the meantime, the fans here, like you at home and like us, we're waiting to see what will happen in the final here at the Waterloo. Join us again in a couple of minutes from now. To confirm that our final, which will be getting underway fairly soon, is between Lee Heaton and Eddie Goldstone. That's coming up very soon. But you know, one of the nice things about finals day here at the Waterloo is that it gives the chance for one or two of the other classes, the championships here at the Waterloo, to have their moment of glory in front of a big crowd, the ladies, for example, and the juniors. So let's now join our MC and meet some of the champions.
Other Waterloo champions. Unfortunately, the spring champion and the Thomas Taylor Ladies Waterloo champion can't be here. I namely speak of Ken Strutt and Lynn Pritchett. But I'm sure you'd like to reward them in the normal way. To make the remaining presentations, may I first of all call on the area manager of Greenhall's Taverns, Mr. Tim Goss, and the Deputy Divisional Director of Greenhall's Taverns, Mr. Alan Douglas. First of all, the mixed pairs champions. They were also the champions in 1993. Can I call on Barbara and Jeff Cow?
So there we are, that's a nice moment for one or two of the other champions here at the Waterloo. They get a chance to pick up their trophy in front of a big crowd here, enjoying themselves on this sunny afternoon. John Bancroft, this is a nice moment, isn't it, for one or two of the other people who've done quite a lot to achieve success here?
Yes, I mean, it's something that the Waterloo have introduced over the last 2 or 3 years, presenting some of the prizes to the other winners here in tournaments, while the big crowd's here to receive them. So yeah, it's a good idea.
Particularly for the juniors, for example. We've just seen the junior champion stepping up to get his trophy. I mean, it's something he'll always remember.
Well, that's it. I mean, to win the Waterloo Junior Tournament is an achievement, and to get his prize in front of 3,000 people is terrific for him. Like I say, it's something I'll always remember. And it's good for bowls in general, for other people, other juniors watching, to see it on television. How many juniors do play this game is fantastic now. There's a lot of junior leagues around the place, so if other juniors are seeing that on television, it can only be good for the game.
We've said throughout the day that to be here today represents an awful lot for the players, and to win it, of course, it really is the blue ribbon event, but just to be involved on finals day is an achievement in itself.
Well, it's a terrific achievement. I mean, for some players, I mean, it's a dream just to get to the final day. To actually get to the finals, another achievement, and to win it well. I mean, it's something from when I first started playing bowls as a little lad. I used to play on my own with 2 sets of bowls, and I was playing Brian Duncan in the final of the Waterloo, 1 set versus the other set, and I'm sure I'm not alone in doing that. I mean, lots of people must do that. It's just a dream come true to get this far, yeah.
You were making the point that this is something that's come in recent years. I mean, hopefully it's a trend that will be copied everywhere, because it's nice to see other people getting a chance to get recognition.
Yeah, I mean, 1 or 2 tournaments, I must admit, you go to, and by the time the presentation's made, most of the crowd have drifted off. So yeah, it's nice to get your prize in front of a big crowd, yeah.
Michael, let's just bring you in here, because as John was just saying, it's something really nice that's happening in the sport, and obviously anything that will help the sport to lift its profile, get involved with the youngsters, and maybe it's the sort of thing they'll talk to their school friends about.
You know, it's always been a game that youngsters have played, but previously there wasn't much for them to play. They couldn't play in leagues, for example, but now there's a lot more of it about, and it's excellent for the game. And you can see it, the number of youngsters that have been playing in the later stages of the Waterloo is greater each year.
Yeah. Talking of youngsters, let's now move on to the final itself. We've said quite a lot already about Lee Heaton, but he's really impressed everyone here, I think, by his maturity in his play.
Yes, he certainly couldn't fault him the first game. I certainly thought that he was under pressure the second game just towards the end, and that the 1 wood he had to play against Steve Copeland to stay in the game. I'm sure he was very glad to see that wood go in, because he'd played a couple of poorish woods beforehand, but I don't think he doesn't look as if he feels the pressure that much.
John, you must know really what Lee's going through, but he does seem to have a very old head on those young shoulders.
Yeah, he seemed pretty unflappable. Like Mike says, the last couple of ends there of his semi-final game, he played 1 or 2 weary bowls, and he's got away with it, really. But I mean, he's got to try and put that in his locker and make good use of it. The next time he comes in that situation, he's got to try and remember the fact what he's done in previous rounds.
But this now really is his big moment. Has he got what it takes to win?
Well, as far as what we've seen, I mean, yes, he has. I mean, we don't know an awful lot about him. He's pretty new on the scene. So, but from what we've seen today, yeah, I think he might have.
And Michael, how do you see the final going?
Well,
you've been wrong everywhere
I'm going to
so far.
put the kiss of death on Eddie Galston then. I'd say Eddie's just favourite.
Really? And what sort of final do you think we're going to see? How will the tactics pan out?
Well, I think Lee will be fairly consistent with his tactics. I don't think it's going to be a game where they're going to change their own tactics very much. Lee's going to play shorter, he's going to play 30 to 35 yards. Eddie will take him a bit further.
We shall see. Thank you very much indeed. So it's the final here at the Waterloo. That's next up. We're going to take a brief break, but rejoin us in a couple of minutes because it's Lee Heaton against Eddie Galston, the final of the Greenells Handicap here at the Waterloo. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the Waterloo. We are just about to start the final here of the Greenells Waterloo Handicap for 1996. It's the 88th staging of the event. The final, of course, between Lee Heaton, the young man from Bolton, against Eddie Goldstone. He'll be joining us in just a moment. We'll toss the coin for the final itself in a second, but Lee Heaton is here. Lee, many people are surprised by the quality of the play you've shown so far, and I think you surprised many people at the maturity of your play.
Surprised myself.
But you said earlier on, when you beat Brian Duncan, you said, who knows, you know, I've got this far, let's make it to the final.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just want to enjoy it. You know, I'm learning all the time. Just want to go out and enjoy it now.
The thing is, you seem to have an ideal temperament, because even when things aren't going right, you don't lose your head, you just stick to the game plan.
Well, it comes with experience. I used to lose my head. I don't anymore.
Tell me briefly how you see this final going, because obviously you're playing against an older, more experienced man, but that's been no problem so far.
Well, he's played very well, Eddie, especially in the corners, so just have to see how it goes, how it starts off.
Fine, OK, Eddie Galston will be with us in a moment, but in the meantime, let's rejoin our commentators for a profile of both players.
Thank you, David. Looking at young Lee Heaton there, he's such a young 22. He looks about 16. It's remarkable that he's been able to proceed to this stage of such a big competition, looking just like a cherubic choir boy more than a hardened bowls player. And yet he's shown this crowd, and he's shown us with superb ability what he can do. This is the young man, 22 years old. He sells engineering equipment, production equipment as a job. In the previous round, he beat Steve Copeland 21-19. Of course, he beat Brian Duncan 21-15. And this, the crowning moment of his brief career. It's a 10-year career. Eddie Galston, a bricklayer, working down in Bristol most of the time. Now, hasn't played a lot of bowls recently, but here, reaching the final with that tremendous victory over N Fletcher, having put out another big name in Glenn Cookson on the way here. In the earlier rounds, he put out two people who are well known in the game, Bob Hitchin and Roy Moxham. This is a remarkable final for the fact that so many of the big stars have come up, and yet they've produced two people that, well, they're unexpected, and Eddie Galston is one of them. Talking now to Dave Bobin.
Well, Eddie, congratulations on making it through to the final. It's been quite an event for you, hasn't it?
It's been smashing.
Tell me a little bit about your form. How well do you think you're playing? Because it's not been easy, has it, the matches you've been in?
No. We started off last 64, very nervous, and gradually my form's got better and I've had the luck running with me, you know, which is, you need the luck.
Tell me about this young man you're meeting in a few moments' time. He's had a great tournament too, hasn't he?
Yeah, smashing. When he took Brian out, he couldn't do no wrong. You know, it was he just bowled very good. You know, and I don't know him. I've never played him, but he's playing well. It should be a good final.
So briefly, what the sort of tactics you're going to use here, or are you giving away too many secrets?
Same as I've done. Try and keep on the corner to the pub, you know, and back again. So just hope to bowl, you know, as well as I can.
A brief word about the tournament here, because the sun is shining now. This really is the perfect setting, isn't it, for what has been a great tournament yet again?
Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful today. And, you know, this is a place to be, Blackpool, if you're a Crown Green bowler. So.
And these conditions going to suit you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much, Eddie, for talking to us. We wish you well, and indeed Lee. But right now, let's cross back to our commentary team of Hugh Johns and Brian Brett.
Thank you, David. Also joined up here, of course, by our good friend and colleague and top Crown bowler, John Bancroft. And honestly, can you pick a winner of these two, John?
Ready, and I'm sure that's probably just right. So far he's probably played the most consistent bowls of the day, but Lee has been so impressive, apart from a couple of bowls towards the back end of the last game, which he did get away with against Steve Copeland. He's been very impressive also, so it's very difficult really. I've just got a sneaking feeling for Lee, but I think it'll be very close.
Brian, have you picked a winner here?
And not with great confidence, Hugh, but I disagree with John, actually, because I keep thinking, and I think everybody else does, that this young man can't do it. He can't come along here at 22 with no pedigree and win the Waterloo. I keep expecting him to blow up, as I did after beating Duncan. I thought, well, that's it, but he didn't. He went on and beat another top bowler. But I just think Steady Eddie is going to be more focused, and it's my little fancy.
Well, I've got a lot of facts and figures in my briefcase about past Waterloo winners, but I haven't got the youngest winner of this tournament. And I'm just wondering if this young man might just wind up as the youngest.
Yes, it was a point John's just raised. It wasn't you, John, by the way, but, or Hugh, for that matter. But you've got to go back a long way. I've gone back very quickly through the list of winners we've got here, and certainly recently, no, they haven't been that young. They've been the more mature player, haven't they? The players who peak in the late 30s and 40s, John.
Well,
how old were you, John, when you won it?
21, and I'm still 21 here.
Oh,
no, it was 1990, so I'd have been 28.
Right. And that seems to be the sort of average age in recent times,
yes,
anyway.
But I think it's fair to say that if you look at who's appeared in the Waterloo finals this year and last year and the previous 3 or 4 years, the actual participants at this stage are getting younger and younger. So obviously, therefore, we're more likely to get a younger champion, I think, in the next few years. I mean, the game of bowls is so strong now at junior level that there's so many good young players coming through of the 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds that I'm sure they're going to dominate the game in the next few years.
Right. Well, let's get ready now for David Bobin to introduce the finalists.
Thanks very much, Hugh. Yes, we're about ready to go then. So, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Waterloo, would you give a nice welcome, please, to the first of this afternoon's finalists, the young man who's impressed so many people with the quality and the maturity of his play. He is 22 years of age, he comes from Bolton, and his name is Lee Heaton. His opponent in the final, wearing the blue top, the man from Newton Heath in Manchester. Would you welcome, please, Eddie Goldstone. Now, I've got the coin here so we can have the toss to see who goes first. Eddie, do you want to call?
Heads.
He calls heads, so let's just see what happens if we can flick it up in the air. And it comes down heads. Eddie, your choice.
Well, there we go. The first winning stroke of this final earned by Eddie Galston. He won the toss. Comes out from the entrance to the green, which is midway down the far side of the grandstand that faces us in the commentary box. And he sets the block out to where he has, in fact, as he told us earlier, scored most of his important points. And Lee Heaton's first bowl looks to be on a very good line, but just lacked a yard of running.
Blue ball, red ball.
Alwyn Owen is the referee this afternoon for the final, and he called the red bowl in, and the red bowl is still in. So the chances of Lee picking up a double here are strong, but now weak. He'll settle for one and be happy about that. Just to remind you again, if you missed some of the earlier transmissions of the finals day here at the Waterloo this afternoon, each of them start off 5. It's a handicap event. They each start off 5. And indeed, that red bowl did stay in. So 2 is scored by Lee Heaton. So his score goes to 7, and Eddie Goldstone stays on the 5 that he was given when he walked onto the green.
These early ends of the game are very, very important for both players. Whether your name's Brian Duncan, Lee Heaton, Eddie Galston, you're going to be very, very nervous at this stage, the final of the Waterloo. And they'll be both wanting to card early chalks just to settle the nerves, a few good bowls, and then they can get themselves into the game and try and establish some sort of pattern to the play.
I'm sure you're right, John. Brian, I don't think either of them, in their wildest dreams last night, thought that they would wind up here in the final.
No, you're right. When you look at the quality that was in the field, 4 of the top players in the game were in the last 8, and bang, 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 they're gone. But prior to that, I think 1 or 2 big guns had been removed. But you sort of think that the players who've not got that experience at high level are not going to go the distance, not going to stay the trip, but they have done.
Well, there were 2,048 of them, all set off back in July.
To Heaton.
The best names in the game, the unknown names in the game, all with this one prize in their mind. An appearance in the last 8 of the Waterloo, possibly the last 4, good gracious me, the last 2, and possibly even to win it. That was the dream. And here we got 2 fellows who made it.
£3,000 to the winner, 1,500 to the loser. Not bad. Little pot of gold, but it's a reputation, John, really, isn't it, that you want, and then everybody looks to shoot you down.
Well, that's it. But if you can put former winner of the Waterloo on your CV, I mean, that's a tremendous thing to be able to say about yourself, and it's something that every player does dream about.
Well bowled, Eddie. Yes, there's 81 names on the Hall of Fame of Waterloo winners, and there's going to be 82 names in a very short while. I know that this is the 88th tournament. 87 finals have been played, but Brian Duncan's won it 5 times, Arthur Murray twice, Bernard Kelly twice. So in fact there's only 81 names on the Roll of Honour. (9-5) off the mat, Lee Heaton.
Yes, I think when you look back to young winners here, you think about Tommy Johnstone, don't you, which was 11 years ago. Makes him about 22, 3-4 those days. I think the young Rothwell in the early 1900s was a young man.
Jasper?
John. Son of. Yes.
Ah, yes.
I don't remember those.
No, a little before my time, I must say. Close to my time, but a little before it.
It rained on that final day.
You left that one on the mat, Lee.
Good chance here for Eddie. Still to score. Glenn Cookson had nightmares when he played Ingham Gregory, and it was 18-5, and then he got his first point. Taking a long time because he just wants to ask one of our cameraman right in line.
Right in line.
Yes.
I think he may be contemplating having a strike.
I think that's the problem, yes.
And obviously the cameraman's just in his eye line.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
You don't want that sort of thing just putting you off at a crucial stage.
We don't want our cameraman hit either, John. Good.
Oh, yes. Wallop. Very, very good strike. Oh, yes. And the Manchester supporters have something to be cheerful about as Steady Eddie gets that red ball out. Bingo. Have a piece of that. So Eddie's on the board. 6-9 off the mat. Slow down now. Yes, he doesn't want that one back in his hand.
Jockeying all the time for position is Eddie, because he wants to get back to his mark, and if he can win this end, he'll do that.
Close, but not close enough.
Blue ball. He's 2'6" short.
Eddie's just asking how far off Lee's ball is from the jack. What he's got to be careful of here, and he was asking the question is how far off is that ball so he doesn't have to knock it in.
Came the safe way, didn't he? Turned his hand, he came at it thumb peg and paid the penalty.
So very difficult to find a totally new piece of land. Chances, winner.
One to Heaton.
Cool as you like, this young fella. What about that? Weight absolutely perfect.
He was telling me he didn't find the green easy here, but he found it different. He plays on a couple of greens at Horwich and West Orton, which are really full of hills, the Reform Club and the RMI, and they're very difficult greens, and he wasn't saying this was easy, but he was saying it was different.
Well, he is bowling out of his skin. Eddie's on a good track. Yes! Just underneath. Eddie wants to have a really good look at this, because if he touches the block at all, he could be in a bit of bother.
You wonder whether it's worth him playing this ball, Hugh?
Well, it's got to be inch perfect. If he could get between block and bowl, that would stop dead.
That is the intention. Look at him, he's gone all the way around. Now hoping to peg.
Coming in through the back door. He's got a beauty there. One!
To
Oh,
Goldstone.
gave up. $7-10 off the mat. Changed his mind. He was facing in our direction for one moment and then said, no, we'll go off into the other area.
I know these two are relatively unknown in the game of crown green bowls, John, but the quality of play, you know, is very high, isn't it? They're very close bowlers.
Oh yes, I mean, and on the day, these have been the best two players, and they deserve to be where they are. I mean, the four class acts in the field today were Duncan and Copeland, and Fletcher and Cookson, and these two players have been responsible for moving all four of them. Yes. So you know, you've got to give them credit. Yes, they've played the best so far in the day.
I was saying earlier too that Steady Eddie took out Bob Hitchin and Roy Moxham on his way here, and they're two characters who have a great career in the game.
Big time bowlers.
Yeah.
1 blue.
Whoops. Some weight.
Yes.
Oh, clean as a whistle. Oh. I think that's only the second time in the entire finals day that Lee has struck, and it was right on the button. So that end doesn't count, and it's still the 7th end of this match.
If there is a bonus, it's that Eddie has got to his mark, got to the position to play the length and the line that's really got into the final.
Yeah.
Well, let's see whether he can plant the bowl anywhere near the jack, as he's done so regularly today. This one just dropping short.
Hasn't got the legs. It's a big push out across there. One over, one under. Anybody's guess who's actually on now. This may settle it. No, flew through. Oh, it's a very sloppy end.
Yes.
I think he's almost left 2 there, as Lee, for
yes,
for
I
Eddie.
thought that, John. I certainly think one of the short bowls.
Yeah.
Could well be a measure for 2.
Looks like 2, Lee. Have a look.
Eddie's turned around to his friends in the crowd and signalled 2.
Has it? Yeah.
Pegs, please.
Oh.
That's a Peg's job. A measure, measure, measure.
Are you having the 1 against 2?
1 red against 2 blue. And Eddie Galston has already signified to 1 or 2 mates, Manchester mates in the crowd behind him, that he's got 2.
2 to Goldstone.
Yes. 2 he has got. Oh, we'll take a short break now, but we'll be back in action here with live bowls when you come back. Delivered since you left us, and the 2 that are counting belong to Eddie Galston. And so his score has gone on now to 11, and Lee Heaton is on 10. So Eddie's got his nose in front.
Persistent Eddie too. He's staying with his mark. Not played it too well the last time he came down there, but he got away with it on the measure. They like it.
Oh, it's a good bowl. Sticking out to the side by 10, 12 inches maybe. Needs a little bit more fire in the engine. Eddie's certainly going to reach. That was a big push out, and yet it still didn't get any closer than 18 inches to the target. Two to Eddie Goldstone. 13-10. Eddie leads. Eddie pushing that deep into the corner. The bowl now goes into the shade cast by the stands in that area and closes down on the target. Beautiful sunshine here in Blackpool. What is it, 5 to 4 this Thursday afternoon, and a packed audience, something approaching 3,000 into the stands.
It's the first time that anyone's managed to manoeuvre Lee into the corners for more than a couple of ends, and Eddie's managed it for the last 3 ends and has carded 3 twos. And Lee's played 1 or 2 poor balls, so he's just got to sort himself out and make sure he reaches the jack. That's his first thing when he's going this distance of about 50 yards, that he reaches the jack and at least gives his balls a chance.
Yes, it's taken a long time to knock him out of his stride, hasn't it? But all of a sudden, over the last few ends, Lee's not been quite with it. Got to lift his game, lift the tempo, get focused. Things going against him. Now it's a measure for the second. It's certainly 1, John. Measure for 2. This game has gone off a little bit, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, but I mean, when you're going 50 yards instead of 35, I mean, you're not going to send balls as close, obviously, just at that sort of distance. But what Eddie has managed to do is break up Lee's length. Yes. That's what he's trying to do, playing in the corners, and he's managed to do that very successfully.
Very experienced bowler, if not at this level.
Eddie's been around a fair few years. He knows his way around the bowling green, is Eddie.
Oh, yes.
Shoot to Goldstone.
Well, it's a 5 chalks lead now for Eddie Galston. It's beginning to look a little bit black for Lee Heaton, but he has been in trouble before in this tournament and got himself out. But he didn't let Eddie get too far in front.
Another cracking lead. This is where the pressure's coming. It's a 2.5 foot to the side job, but he's got to be beaten.
What he must start doing is reaching the jack, especially in this direction. This is the heavyway up into the pub corner where it is a bit of a push. The last 3 times he's been up here, he's left his first ball at least 2 yards short.
Well, Eddie's further, isn't he? He's gone for the split. He's there. Needs a clip. That's holding to. Surely it can't do anything. It's just pegged a little bit. Well,
that's 2 more, I think. Yeah. That's 2 more. And it really is looking black now for Lee. Just wait for the score.
2 to Goldstone.
Yes, it is 2, and 17-10 his lead as we have to leave again for a short break. Eastwood of the end that you missed while you were away is coming up from Lee Heaton. He's left it woefully short. That's 2 short bowls, and I think he's going down to another twosome here. And it really has blown up in his face, this final. I think this is will be the 4th double in a row for Steady Eddie.
He might ask for the pegs, but it looks clear enough.
2 to Goldstone.
It is. It's another 2. And that is a disaster for Lee Heaton. That's 4 doubles on the trot. In fact, 5 doubles and 2 singles is the way Eddie Goldstone has put his shots together. Remembering that he got a 5-shot start. Well, they both had a 5-shot start, of course. And Eddie Goldstone, a bricklayer by trade, has put in the blocks in place here. And it's a structure that is forming a castle which Lee Heaton cannot break down at all.
Foundation really came with that run of twos, I think.
Oh, yes. I mean, that dug a grave for Lee Heaton, totally.
Impeccable leading. A weakness in the game. I don't think... Is he holding two there?
Well, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? They're rather a long way away,
Yeah.
and it's getting no help from the referee.
Well, this is
at the
trying for
moment.
him, Hugh. Can he get through?
Well, he's got one here, surely, Lee Heaton. Yes, at long last. Well, he hasn't given up the ghost yet. That last one creeps in. Just wins. Just wins. And oh, he did need that.
It's not all over though, Hugh. It's not all lost. What Lee must do is collect his thoughts a little bit, think what sort of players got him into this position, and Eddie's got a 10 break, why can't I? And that's how he must feel. He can't do it all in one go. What he's got to do is be patient and try and get one at a time.
Oof. His finesse is not so sweet. Doesn't seem to caress that bowl away with the deadly accuracy that he was showing in his two previous big games here today.
I think that's down to tension, Hugh. I mean, we've got to remember this is the final of the Waterloo, and when you get tense, you feel it in your shoulder. That's where you feel it, and I think it's just showing slightly in Lee's performance. But if he can play one or two more good bowls like that one, and get one or two more chalks on the card, then that confidence will start flowing back.
Oh, Eddie.
1 to Heaton.
So 12 to 19. Unlucky, Eddie, but Lee Heaton takes a single. I feel the body language of Lee Heaton hasn't got that spark, that brightness about it that there was earlier.
His frame seemed to droop. The shoulders went down, the hands went in the pockets. He's changed the land here, not a bad lead.
Well, that's not bad at all. That's more like it.
Eddie is quite unflappable, isn't he? He doesn't change either way. He just keeps going.
Well, when you've had to play with 500 dogs in the dog's home howling at you over the fence, 2,000 spectators here can't put you off.
Arthur Hay in Manchester. The dog's home. All the howls around, yeah.
Well, Lee, 1 out of 2 isn't good enough, mate.
Now then, has he got the legs?
It's looking good. No.
1 to Heaton.
6 inches short. Well, that's 3 singles in a row. 13, unlucky for some, so Lee will want to be off that number as quickly as possible.
This is a useful mark, isn't it, John? 1 or 2 people try this and then they go straight back across.
That's right, and Lee's used it to good effect all day, and he's played another reasonable lead there. He's just gone 2 foot 6 past. What Eddie's got to be careful of now, he doesn't get too impatient and try and get the 2 chalks all at once. I mean, sometimes you try and force it a little bit. He's just got to take his time and think about what he's doing.
I think he's been a shade unlucky a couple of times over the last 2 ends, where he's bowled decent wood and not counted.
Yes, he has, but he's had his fair share earlier on in the game, and I think it was probably Lee's turn to have a little bit, and Lee's improved it and played a good bowl. Now it's his turn to put Eddie under a little bit of pressure.
Well, Lee holding 2 now, so Eddie has some saving to do at least. I think he's underneath with that. Yep.
2 to Heaton.
So ripple of applause round as the man in red begins to refine the form that deserted him 10-15 minutes ago.
Well, he's sticking back to the area he came from.
Roy, we're coming straight into you. The corner where you are only about, what, 10-15 feet from the green. How does it look to you down there now? Is this boy coming back, do you think?
Well, I think one of the things about Lee Heaton is throughout the competition his leading has been impeccable, and that's another good lead there. And if he can keep this up, if he counts this end, I think the pressure will go onto Eddie Goldstone, because Eddie Goldstone will think, surely I've not been all this distance in front and now I'm going to get beaten. So I think the pressure could really come under Eddie Goldstone now. And here's Lee coming again, finger peg again, a little bit wide, he's asking the peg to work now, it's coming in now, just outside, he's only one. It's a chance now for Eddie Goldstone, a yard over bowled, he can take that bowl out and get game.
Well, let's see now. It is a situation. If he takes the red counting bowl out and stays himself, he can win it. No change. A single.
1 to Heaton.
Well, I wonder if we're going to have the Heaton boating song around this green for young Lee. Can this surge against the tide continue? 6 chalks in a row, from 10-19 down just to 16-19 down.
They've both done their best work in little bursts, haven't they? Lee opened with 4, Eddie piled that big one in from 10-6 to 19-10, and now this lad looked as though he was going to put something together just to stay with the game.
He's give Eddie a little bit of room this time. Eddie'll be desperate to step in now and try and stamp his authority back on the game, not give Lee any room at all, so that Lee can't play a good ball and put Eddie back under the pressure.
Didn't peg, did it?
No, it
stood up.
But it's still some room there for Lee.
It's the pace, isn't it?
It's flying.
Needs a hit.
You lucky lad, Lee.
Well, that's reminiscent of the semi-final against Steve Copeland.
Yes.
It was sailing out that ball, and he's had a very lucky connection now.
Tell you what, this is pressure if he can put one back again.
He has. Yes, he has. Well done, Eddie. That was a fine bowl under a lot of pressure then. That big counter, he's all but 16. The great tension of all those games from the very earliest days when Eddie was just one of 2,048 in this tournament. Now he needs just one chalk, and he is the Waterloo champion. Lee can still do it, but he's got to get 5 in a row. This is on a good road. Yes, that's beaten the Goldstone bowl. Now Eddie's going to put another one in, is he? Looks tidy, looks very, very tidy. That could be worth 3,000 quid and his name in the history books. I wonder. What's happening? What's happening? It has gone. No! He got the contact. Goldstone was waving that through. He was about to take the cheers of the crowd as the Waterloo champion. And he made a contact, did Lee Heaton.
1 to Heaton.
And Lee Heaton has got a single. And he's still here. And he's still fighting for his share of the honour and glory of the 88's Waterloo. Well.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are a few scorecards were filled in then, Hugh.
Absolutely.
My goodness, that game was over.
It looked for all the world as though it had missed underneath.
Yes.
The last couple of yards, it's just pegged up and just managed to get hold of the jack.
Oh, look at this again.
By playing a front touch, a great ball from Lee. As I say in bowls, the last one is always the hardest to get, and I'm sure Eddie's thinking
Well,
that.
do you remember Ken Strutt and Dennis Mercer? When it went into a sunken drain and ran out?
That's right, yeah.
Arthur Murray threw it in against Harry Smith and thought he'd lost and went on to win.
Yeah, sure.
This is the Waterloo.
17's always a dangerous number.
He's got two
twos
there.
And you're out.
He's holding two, is Lee. Eddie Galston with weight. But I think it's still two. It is, it's still two. Yes. And so it's 19-20 now.
Well, what about that?
Well, he made the contact. He hit the red ball, but he didn't knock it far enough.
Unlike the previous end, when Lee got a connection, and it kept him in the game.
Yep.
That was an unfortunate ball there for Eddie. I mean, at least he would have been hoping he was going to save one and prevent Lee being able to get out at this end, but that wasn't the case. Lee only needs two now for game, and he's come back on his favourite finger peg mark back into this corner, and they'll be hoping for a good lead. I'm sure Eddie's wondering what he's got to do to win this game.
That's going to be close, I tell you.
That's a smashing lead, that.
Absolutely brilliant. That's too heavy, that's going out.
Lee's just got to take his time with this ball. He's got
now, if he can
6
put
feet
this
to
one
cover.
right on the block. This ball could win in the championship.
It's on the road, it's going to be a good one, this.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be a good one.
Oh yes, there are the two bowls that could win. Lee Heaton, the Waterloo.
I'm sure Eddie's going to come up and have a look at these.
Lee Heaton, who was out of it, he was dead at 16-20. Well, he was dead at 10-19. And he's come right back here. And now Eddie Galston has one bowl in his hand. He's got to cut this down, if nothing else. It's not going to get there. It is not going to get there. 22 years old. Lee Heaton has won the 88th Waterloo Handicap with one of the greatest displays of bowling in the finals day that you would ever hope to see. He took out the great Brian Duncan. He took out Steve Copeland, two top men, and he was dead and buried in this game 15 minutes ago, and he comes up and he wins it with two of the sweetest bowls that he will ever deliver. In fact, probably as good at two bowls as anybody's ever delivered here. What do you think of that, John?
Tremendous. I mean, you've got to admire his powers of recovery. He didn't flap. He kept thinking to himself, I can get back in this game with some good leads, and he's done exactly that. But I'm amazed at Eddie's last ball there. If Eddie could have that ball over again, I'm sure he must wish that he'd struck at those. He only needed to hit one and he would have saved game and got himself another chance at the next end. They were very hard to lick. There were only 9 inches off each of them, and he's tried to beat them with a dead end, and he's committed the cardinal sin at bowls, and that's playing short when the other man's lying up. I'm sure he'll regret that ball for a long time.
Well, just to repeat the scoreline, 21-20. Lee Heaton has won it. Brian, that was as exciting as you could ever hope to be.
Oh, we've had some classic finishes in the Waterloo over the years, but he'd gone, hadn't he? And then suddenly, from 2016, he piled in 1, 2, 2. He got a couple of connections that went his way. I feel for the other lad, because I think he'd done everything right until that last end, when, as John just said, he just made a muck of it. And this is what he's won. This is the trophy. It changes every year, you know. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it does. But the money and the trophy are just side issues. It is the fact that he's got his name in the history book, along with some of the greatest names in Crown Bowls. That is the big prize in this. Everything else is an extra perks.
And he's the most unlikely winner, isn't he? I mean, you wouldn't have bet, as we said, on this lad appearing in a finals day. Nobody knows him. They know him now, don't they? My goodness, they do. Smiling away.
When he goes around selling his production equipment, as his job is now, he's got something extra to sell with.
Well, that's right. I mean, that's a tremendous performance, and it's without any disrespect, it's taken two of the game's lesser known players to produce one of the most exciting finals we've had here at the Waterloo for a long, long time. And I think hats off to both players, have produced a great final.
Yes, some 3,000 odd spectators have been here all day with the sun shining in Blackpool, and the sun has certainly shone on Lee Heaton. And over now to David Bowman down on the green.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'd agree when I say we've just witnessed a fantastic final here at the Waterloo, and I'm delighted to say that in a moment we'll be handing over the winners' trophy and cheque, and also to the runner-up. But first of all, would you welcome to do those presentations the Deputy Divisional Director of Greenall's Taverns, Mr. Alan Douglas. So first of all, to receive his runner-up cheque for £1,500, a man who put up a very brave performance and I'm sure was privileged to take part in a great final. Would you welcome, please, E Galston. So a cheque for £1,500 and of course a cut glass decanter going to our runner-up, and now it's time to make the presentation to our winner, a young man who I know has astounded everyone here today with the quality of his play, and of course thousands and millions of viewers across the country. Would you welcome, please, 22-year-old Lee Heaton, our champion for 1996. Well, Lee takes the trophy and the cheque for £3,000, but let's first of all have a word with our runner-up. Eddie, that was a great match.
Yeah, it was a good match. And,
at 19-10, I have to say I thought you were home and dry, and I expect you did.
Miss Sam, I thought I'd won game in this corner, and his wood just ticked the block, you know, so that's the way it goes, I'm afraid.
Word about your opponent today, because he's really been so difficult to beat, hasn't he?
Yeah, he stuck at it, and you know, he played well. At the finish, he played very well, didn't he? You know, he didn't give me much of a chance.
But overall, you must be pleased too with your form. I mean, this is the furthest you've ever been in the Waterloo, and you've had a marvellous day.
Yeah, you can't get much further, you know, so... yeah, I've had a good day. It's been great.
Terrific, Eddie. Thanks for that. We wish you luck next year. Let's now have a word with our winner. Lee, if you'd like to step over. First of all, congratulations. I mean, what a finish that was. Couldn't have been much closer.
No, can't believe it. Dream come true.
I mean, you were 19-10 down, and I think people were thinking it was all over, but at that stage you seemed to relax and get back into the match.
Well, the pressure's off by then, and, you know, you just bowl, you know, game as close as you can.
Without doubt, obviously, the highlight of your bowls career so far, I would have thought. A cheque for £3,000 and the trophy. A wonderful day for you, isn't it?
Brilliant. Can't believe it.
And what's the plans now? A celebration?
I might have a few whiskies tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champion for 1996, Lee Heaton. First of all, a word from you about the quality of the final we've just seen.
Tremendous. It's one of the best finals that I've seen on here for quite some time. I mean, not just in terms of close bowling, but I mean in terms of excitement as well. It was tremendous.
Were you surprised by the way it ebbed and flowed, and of course the drama of the finish?
Yes, I mean, me and Mike were discussing before, I mean, we've never ever seen a final where there's been so many big runs, first for Eddie and then for Lee, and it was just tremendous, really.
Yeah. At 19 down, as I said to him just now on the interview, it looked as if he was sort of dead and buried, but as he said, the pressure was off him so much, he relaxed and came right back in.
Well, I mean, at this game, luck always has a part to play, and he's had a couple of nice little rubs. One at 19-16 when he could quite easily have left Eddie 2 yards to get another. He sat on Eddie's ball. Eddie eventually did beat that and countered, but at least he'd saved game through it. Yeah. Then after that, he's not done a lot wrong. He's picked up the jack when he could quite easily, and I'm sure Eddie in his own mind felt that that ball at 20-16 was going out, leaving him game, and it picked up the jack. And then after that, he's played 2 tremendous ends.
It really has been a quite outstanding week here, hasn't it, at the Waterloo? I mean, right from the start of the week, right through to today, the shocks have never stopped coming. And I gather, earlier on in the week, you could have got 50-1 against Lee winning this.
Yes, and a bit more, I think. One of the bookies was saying he'd no takers at 80-1.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's been a remarkable week, because there are a lot of good players left in towards the end of the week, and then slowly but surely each favourite has gone.
And yet, the strange thing is, probably after beating Brian Duncan, people were still saying, well, he probably isn't quite... Well, we did. We sort of wrote him off. He's not quite ready yet. He's not mature enough. He's maybe a bit inexperienced.
Well, there is a danger, and there always was a danger, that having beaten Brian, that in some way he wouldn't be able to reproduce that form, and he didn't reproduce that form.
Yeah.
And Steve Copeland will think that he should have beaten him, and certainly Eddie Galston will think that he should have beaten him.
I understand, John, that Eddie, just before he spoke to me, he was obviously upset at having lost, but physically he had to go off and be ill because the tension had got to him so much that he just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know the feeling. I mean, it's only happened to me once in the semi-final of the Bass Masters. I played Stanford and we had a 21-20 thriller, and I must admit I came off and I was physically poorly. I mean, and sometimes it's never happened to me before or since, but it does happen, and your guts are, you know, up and down your heart. You can hear your heart in your head. You're physically that nervous about it.
And all the more disappointing for him too, because he knows deep down that at 19-10 up he was so close and he let it go.
Well, he's had one hand in the cup, really. I'm sure he won't be able to sleep tonight. He's been so close to winning the blue ribbon event of bowls, and he's not done an awful lot wrong, really. He's been unlucky at 2016, and then the last 2 ends, I say, Lee's played tremendous bowls, but I believe there's one lucky punter who's had a £20 on at 50-1, so I mean, someone will be having a few nice parties around tonight, probably the people from West Horton and Horwich, where Lee comes from.
But for somebody like Eddie, as you say, it's a real knock to your confidence, to everything, really. I mean, how do you come back from that next time?
Well, I mean, I'm sure Eddie must, wherever his next game of bowls is, Eddie must get his head right down right away and try and win that game. Otherwise it can destroy it. And the same goes for Steve Copeland. I mean, Steve will have nightmares, I'm sure, about that last end of bowls he played against Lee. I mean, he had 6.5, 7 feet to count, and he's let Lee in there with 2 soft bowls, really. So from both the points of view, they must, wherever they play next, they must go and get their head down and try and win and put on a decent show, because it can destroy that sort of thing. Yeah.
Let's just have a final thought from both of you about our champion then. I mean, how far can this young man go? Is he here to stay now?
Well, on the evidence we've seen today, yes. I mean, he seems to have the right attitude to the game. I mean, it's all in the hands of Lee, really, where he wants to go from here. I mean, as far as I know, he doesn't enter an awful lot of the top tournaments. He plays in quite a few, I think, on a local basis. But, I mean, obviously, to go one stage further now, we need to start entering the top tournaments, and we shall see.
Michael?
Well, I agree. The fact of the matter is, he's been 19-10 down in the final of the Waterloo. Game against him, he's found a bowl to beat those 2, and he's managed to win. Granted, he was right, the pressure was off him then, but he still has it to do, and he's still played good enough bowls to win.
Just a final thought from both of you. It's a pretty good way to wrap up pretty well the main part of the season, isn't it? I mean, a lovely day here in Blackpool and a very exciting championship.
Yeah, it's been a tremendous week's bowling. I mean, the Waterloo is traditionally the end of season roundup. The only major, really, you could say, is the Champion of Champions event here in a few days' time. Me and Michael are both in that. I hope we can avoid it.
Final word then from Michael. Can you salvage something to save your season?
Well, only the champions, which on current form is a bit unlikely, but even my betting's gone wrong.
Right, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been a great pleasure to have you working with us here on Sky Sports. That's just about it from the Waterloo here in Blackpool. We hope you at home have enjoyed what's been a fantastic day. Crown Green Bowls. Let's leave you now with our new champion, and what a way to take the title from us all. Bye-bye.
And now Eddie Galston has 1 bowl in his hand. He's got to cut this down, if nothing else. It's not going to get there. It is not going to get there. 22 years old. Lee Heaton has won the 88th Waterloo Handicap.
with one of the greatest displays of bowling in the finals day that you would ever hope to see. He took out the great Brian Duncan. He took out Steve Copeland, two top men, and he was dead and buried in this game 15 minutes ago, and he comes up and he wins it with two of the sweetest bowls that he will ever deliver. In fact, probably...